I asked her to leave me alone and told her that we couldn't be friends anymore unless she took some steps to get better. She obviously didn't take this well. Though I hated my tiny cramped apartment, the reason why I was drawn to it was because it had great security. It was actually on the upper floors of a hotel, although the hotel rooms were much nicer than the residence, and no one was allowed through the residence elevators unless the resident had given their name to the security ahead of time and the guest had to show ID. After what happened next, I loved my cramped little apartment because the staff, they saved me. So it had to be over a week since I had talked to her because I blocked her number and blocked on WhatsApp. She tried texting me from 4 different phone numbers, using text-free and all that stuff, but I just blocked them all and never responded. I was walking home from work one day and I was sure that I saw her across the street from my building, but it was storming out and I didn't get a good view, so I wasn't sure. I rushed upstairs and calmed myself down in my apartment. Maybe I was just being paranoid. It's a big city, lots of people have brown hair and glasses, and I'm just worried about her. But then, the phone rang. The desk was calling to see if I'd forgotten to let them know that I had a visitor, and my heart, it sank. I asked them who was waiting, and they said that they tried asking her name or ID, but she just walked out. And at that point, I knew that it was her from the way that they described her. I texted a mutual friend from over the summer, and I wasn't really close with him, so we hadn't stayed in touch, but he told me that she had completely lost it and that he had blocked her too. Apparently, she had gone back on the dating site that she met her soulmate on and found someone who looked just like him in my city. She was convinced that it was him and had come to find him. This was a very touristy city, but there was just no way that this guy had coincidentally come out here. I was sure at this point that she had gone completely bonkers and knew that she was well aware of where that guy actually lived. I took a page out of her book and used a text-free number to text her that she should leave me alone and I would call the cops if she ever came near me or my building again. In retrospect, I just shouldn't have contacted her at all, but I was emotional and not using my better judgment. She said that she just wanted to know if I could help her find something. I texted back really fucking fast too and didn't even try to hide it. Then I deleted the text-free app so she couldn't reach me. Now, I lived in a very crowded area and I knew that she couldn't get into my building, but I was still scared whenever I had to take public transit alone at night or was walking through less crowded areas to get home. I had a friend who used to work for the police, but not in this city or at the time this all happened, and she would drive or walk me home from work whenever she could for a while. She told me that I should go ahead and report it, even though they couldn't really do anything since she hadn't heard me and nothing had really happened, but I was embarrassed and, again, I didn't use my better judgment. I felt like it was my fault for engaging with her for so long, and I knew that she was mentally unstable and I would still try to be a friend and help her and all that. Maybe I gave her the wrong idea that I could do more for her or something. Anyway, I ended up moving to a new city for another job after that and didn't hear from her again. I later found out the reason why was that a couple of months later, she had once again gone back to Arizona and had been arrested for breaking into a soulmate's house and using his bathtub. They found a large knife in her car, and I didn't want to go into too much detail about her stalking of that guy and what she said about him in our text because I wanted to try and focus more on my personal experience with her instead of his, but I could answer some questions in the comments if anyone has any. In the end, I don't know what she was there for or what she could have done, but she was totally unstable when she arrived at my place. And who knows, maybe that knife, maybe it was meant for me. I lived in a very quiet rural town when I was younger, but there was only one stoplight, a Safeway, and one gas station with little mum and pop shops in between. I lived 35 minutes out of town on a street with only 5 other people on it, all a good walking distance from each other, meaning that you couldn't see your neighbours out your window. I was only 10 or 12 at the time, and my older brother, who had received his license recently, wanted any excuse to take the car out, and me being an annoying little sister, always begged to tag along. I can't remember what he had gone out for, but it was 11:30 at night and we had just turned on our long winding street. I lived in the PNW, so the pine trees, they tower over you and can sometimes give you the feeling of being enclosed. And it was a particularly foggy night, so visibility was pretty limited. So I was looking towards my brother from the passenger seat, not paying any attention to the road, and all of a sudden, my brother slams on his brakes hard enough that I nearly hit the dashboard. I had my mouth open, about to yell at him, when I see his face is petrified with an expression that I just couldn't pinpoint. His lips were pinched together, his nostrils flaring, and I could hear his breathing. His eyes were wide open and locked on like a missile to its target. I finally allowed my eyes to follow his gaze, and in the middle of the street, the low fog on the road, were 2 individuals in black robes with their hoodies on. These robes were the real thing too, just like the Grim Reapers or something, were wider at the opening of the sleeves, and the hood just completely covered their faces so we couldn't see anything. But we sit there for what felt like forever, just staring at them in our headlights, and then they just start to walk towards us. At this point, my scared shitless little self had both hands on my brother, shaking his arm violently back and forth, screaming, "Lock the doors." He cries out, I am, and pressing the lock button, we hear the reassuring sound. These people were crawling towards the car though in perfect sync, stepping slowly at the same time. We watched them as they made their way to the front of the car and then make the slight turn as they began walking by the driver's side. My brother and I were stuck in fear, just staring as they walked past us and disappeared into the dark in our rearview mirror. We sped home and freaked out, telling our dad everything, who then called the cops, who reported multiple sightings of these 2 and then instructed us not to confront them. I never heard or saw anything about them again, but I'm pretty sure that they were a part of some cult. When I was a child, from 3 to 6 years old I'd say, my mum moved from Sao Paulo, a huge city in Brazil, to a small town next to Amazonas forest, across the country. She was a single mum with 2 kids, my brother being just a year older than me. We were rich back then and looked rich as well, even though my mum didn't like to show it off, but we always had nice hair and skin. What I mean by this is that rich people look rich even when they don't want to. So, the only asphalt street in the town was the main avenue that connected 2 highways. All the other streets were dirt. There were no apartment buildings in there, so Mum bought a nice blue house to us. The house had a small front yard and a huge backyard with grass and mango and papaya trees. She worked all day, and we went to school in the morning and spent the afternoon just playing with the kids from the neighbourhood, with a maid at home to take care of us and all that. Mum arrived in the evening, and the maid left. One day, my mum woke up pretty late. She didn't hear the alarm clock, and neither did we, the kids. We overslept till noon, and this had never really happened before. My brother always woke up early by himself, still to this day. She woke up and realized that the entire house was upside down. After waking us up without understanding a thing, my mum went to the kitchen to make breakfast, and then she saw that all the electronics were missing. TV, stereos, even some food and her jewelry and clothes, and everything was just a mess. She then called her brother that lived a few houses away, and until he got there, she made us stay in our room and started to search the site where the house was built. They found out that someone leaked formaldehyde in the air conditioning system. We passed out, and they just entered the house and stole everything that they could. I was 4 years old at the time, and my brother was 5, and I actually remember this pretty clear. There were iron bars on the window, but they had been cut so that they could enter. And now that I'm 30-ish, I think that they could have done whatever they wanted to us, to be honest. They could have raped us, or kidnapped us, killed us, whatever they wanted, really. And the creepiest part is that we lived there for 2 more years after that. Two years ago, right around Halloween in fact, I was babysitting for these 2 ladies who each had a son. They wanted to go out, so I stayed at one of their houses and watched their boys. It was around 8 PM, I'd say, and the boys were sitting on the couch just playing on their iPads and whatnot when somebody knocked on the door. I asked them if anyone was supposed to come over, and they both said no. I go over and check the eye hole in the door, and it's some guy in a grey hoodie, deliberately hunched over so that I can't see his face. And immediately, I'm like, nope, and don't say anything and start pacing around because I don't want to give him any inclination that we're inside. A couple of minutes later, I check outside the little window through the curtains and he's gone. I didn't want to spook the kids anymore and there weren't any more knocks, so I just kind of let it go as a prank. Cut to a few hours later and the mum gets back. They ask me how everything was and I say that the kids were great, but somebody had come to the door. They ask me what time and I say around 8 and one of the mums starts freaking out and going through her phone. The other one tells me that right around that time, somebody's been making strange phone calls to them on a blocked number. They had disguised their voice and were saying things like, "I can see you through the window." They didn't think it was serious because it just didn't make sense in the context of where they were, but in retrospect, we're almost positive that it was me that he was looking at through the window. They escorted me to my car and I touched base later and apparently nothing strange ever happened after that. But I'm just really glad that I didn't open that door because I have a feeling in my gut that it would have ended really badly. Two years ago, I drove from San Diego to Anza Borrego Desert to solo camp. I had followed a dirt trail that led into the desert where I did some off-roading and sightseeing and whatnot. When it got dark, I decided to just sleep in my truck and get up early to check out Salvation Mountain, which wasn't super far away at this point. Being the middle of the desert in the winter, I kept the truck running off and on. I slept in the bed of my truck, which had a camper shell in it. I'd basically just wake up when I got super cold and reach in and turn the engine on and let the heater run for a bit. If I'd wake up, I'd just reach in and turn it off. Well, I woke up to what I thought was just a bad dream. My truck was moving. I initially panicked, thinking that I was rolling down a hill or something, but as I stood up, I could see someone driving my truck through the little square window. I freaked and I laid my head back down and was certain that I wasn't spotted. I didn't want to reveal myself and genuinely feared for my life. I mean, how the fuck somebody was out there was just beyond me. A small part of me wondered if this person was lost and needed help and was in a desperate attempt to just steal a truck to get to safety or something, but I highly doubted that and continued to lay still. He drove it all the way back up the trail that I came in on too, and as soon as he hit the highway, he just floored it. After many, many hellish miles, he parked at a convenience store finally. He left my truck running and I watched him get out and light up a cigarette, and he paced towards the end of the store and I got out and jumped up front and nearly peeled out in reverse. I drove across the street and called 911 and kept my eyes on him, and he took off running, and after giving chase in my truck, I lost him near a trailer park. I called the police again and let them know, but who knows if they found him. I ended up in a random-ass town off the highway, and it was the freakiest moment and feeling that I've ever experienced. Oh, and if you're wondering, I didn't lock my truck because I would have locked the keys inside my truck. But to sleep in my camper shell, I have to walk around the truck and climb in through the tailgate. So to stay warm, I just kept the keys in the ignition so that I could periodically reach in through the small square window into the cab and just turn the truck on and off. But let me tell you, I could just barely reach the keys in the ignition through that small window. I kept them in there to avoid dropping the keys too in the cab and therefore just locking myself out. This happened to me when I was a kid, 10 to be exact. I grew up in a military family and lived in the Middle East for a significant portion of my life. Because of this, we frequently traveled to different countries because of the low cost and proximity. On this particular vacation, we flew into Cairo, Egypt for a long weekend. We only lived like 2 or 3 hours away at this point. It was late at night and we were staying in the Marriott Hotel, which had a taxi or shuttle service that was supposed to pick us up. But for some reason, our driver just never showed those, so we were forced to find a regular taxi to take us there, which took forever to find that late at night. But we finally found one, though, that was offering us a pretty good deal. They don't run by meters there. Instead, they just kind of give flat rates that they choose. And we just headed towards the hotel. Out of nowhere, though, another taxi basically T-bones us in the middle of the road, causing us to stop. There aren't really defined roads in a lot of Arab places, so it isn't really that surprising that we got hit. And in very typical nature for the nation, the two drivers get out of their cars, each yelling that it was the other's fault and looking like they were going to throw hands or something. Eventually, they got back into their respective taxis and parted ways. My family and I were completely taken aback. We had been in Egypt less than 2 hours at this point and had already had quite the adventure. We finally get to the hotel, exhausted because it must have been 3 a.m. by this point. Our driver helped us get all of our bags out and get settled and told us that he felt so bad about the car accident that he offered to pick us up the next morning and take us to the Great Pyramids, which was on our agenda anyway for a super cheap rate. My parents agreed and decided on a time for him to come, though I can't remember when. Flash forward to the next morning and everyone's ready for the day, excited to see how crazy it was going to be. Our driver was outside just waiting for us, leaning against the car like someone in an old movie, right when he said that he'd be there. I'm a blonde-haired blue-eyed girl that had a deep tan at the time, and being in Egypt, that was a pretty rare sight. When the driver saw me in the daylight, he gave me the creepiest, most unsettling look that just sent chills down my spine, even as a 10-year-old. I knew then, too, that something just wasn't right with him. Nonetheless, we got into his taxi and headed towards the pyramids. He continued to try and talk to me and joke around with me the whole ride, too. Something that I found to be pretty creepy, mind you, and bold since both my parents were in the car, too. We get super close and there's an entrance that people can go through and walk the long distance to the pyramids, and there is an entrance that taxis can go through too. You have to pay to see them. Strange, but true. And our driver keeps making jokes about my blonde hair and blue eyes all the time and bringing up that he could get me into the pyramids for free, so my parents wouldn't have to pay the extra ticket price, that is. But we laughed it off and my parents paid him and said thank you and began to exit the taxi. I don't remember how it happened, but at some point after I got out of the car, he did too and directed me towards his trunk. I was confused and thought that we had forgotten something, so I stayed behind as my parents walked towards the gate to get whatever I thought that we had left. The driver pops the trunk, but there wasn't anything in it. And then he grabbed my arm and put a hand on my back, trying to push me into the trunk, and said, "I'm getting you in for free," over and over again as I resisted. And naturally, I freaked out and screamed out to my mum and my dad at the top of my lungs, and I was just terrified. But when they heard me and noticed that I wasn't behind them, they started sprinting back towards the car. But when the driver heard me scream, he immediately let go of me, closed the trunk, and just drove away just as my parents started to run to me. I was crying my eyes out, terrified out of my mind, knowing that this taxi driver tried to put me in his trunk and drove away the second that I screamed for help. It's really scary to think what could have happened to me had he been stronger or more prepared or something, or perhaps faster even. He's still the reason, too, that I'm still terrified of taxis, Ubers, Lyfts, and any sort of car service of that nature. So I was browsing Reddit the other day, and I found a story about Lower Valley Pike. I knew when the author gave the location that it sounded familiar, so I Google mapped it, and I'd actually been around there at some point. And turns out that around that area is home to a good deal of weird stuff. None of this happened to me, but to my wife, and these are her experiences that she shared directly with me. So my wife went to college in the area of the Link Post and has her own unsettling stories about those years. In the Link Post, the author mentions all of the cars on the streets with all the doors wide open, and that beats anything that she's ever told me as far as creep level, but when I relayed that story to her, she wasn't surprised at all and said that the whole place always just made her feel uncomfortable. So her school was shy of 15 to 20 minutes from the road mentioned in the Link Post, Lower Valley Pike. The school was an extremely strict and a total dry campus. Cigarettes and alcohol would get you expelled on the first offense. The RDs and the RAs were sent out to the typical places people would try and hide in order to bust people too. For this reason, she and her friends would go a good distance away to do their partying and whatnot. The area is and was pretty remote, and there's a good deal of a scenic wooded area, so at 10 or 20 minutes into, that felt further away than it was, but the distance was worth it because, you know, nobody wants to be expelled over a pack of Virginia Slims, if you get my drift. Well, obviously I have no explanation for the Link Post. The things that she told me are more along the lines of humans being the real monsters, such as animal sacrifices, finding makeshift altars with children's things on them and someone's blood, explicit things done to baby dolls, and things hanged from trees that obviously just didn't belong there. She says that Clifton, Ohio and the surrounding area was always just eerie at night, and said that in the late fall, the things just got downright unsettling. Once, on one of these trips into BFE for some Boone's farm, she walked away from a group of friends to pee and found a large garbage bag full of domestic-type animals, dogs and cats that had no signs of injuries other than they had their throats cut and blood drained almost completely. My wife has hunted and is familiar with the idea that big game needs to have the blood drained so it doesn't spoil the meat, but said that nobody was going to eat these animals, and she also informed me that that practice is unnecessary. Needless to say, this was enough to freak out a typical group of college girls. Another time, she came across a large plastic rubber-style baby doll that, again, had its throat slit, was naked, and had a hole cut in its genital region and stuffed with things. She said in a number of times in her 4 years in that area that they came across a decent-sized fire set just in the middle of the road randomly. She said that there'd be no reason for them to be there either. No house nearby, just a wood fire on asphalt. One year, she volunteered to help clean for people in the area as a part of a large service project. She and a friend went to one house, and she says that she experienced a complete feeling of just utter dread the whole time that she was there with no explanation. Just that pit of your stomach feeling, like something is bad, and every part of her body was just screaming to get away from there. She didn't see anything or have any odd occurrences while there, just that the whole place felt bad and the woman of the house was really weird. And when I asked her to elaborate on weird, she couldn't. My wife says that she always assumed that it was some kind of Satanist stuff the whole time, and a few of her friends actively went out looking for creepy things after they came across them, the first few times anyway, but she said that she never did because everything she saw made her feel sick and she didn't want to find more. I didn't know my wife when she was in college, and so I've asked her to take me and show me around, tell me stories, take me to local places, and she has, once. She showed me her dorm and all that type of stuff, and on the way, there out in the middle of nowhere, was a random house with things hanged in a tree that were not decorations. The kids' toys, maybe? I'm not too sure, but I told her to pull over and asked if she saw it, and she just kept going and said, "Don't look at it, just ignore it. We don't want to know." We only live an hour or so away, but She doesn't really like to go back and spend any time on or around campus. She doesn't like to talk about this stuff, and based on that reaction, I can tell that she was really shaken by it all. I was 21 at the time, a college scholarship athlete, and looking for a great time after a team win. This took place in 2014, and my football team had just got back from a dub at an away game, amped up that we were ready to hit the town and celebrate with our school. This was a small town where students would have parties and townies. But people from the town that just didn't want to attend our school would show up sometimes. But no biggie, we just wanted to drink anyway. So I got a word from one of my teammates that we were having a party, and to my delight, he lived 2 blocks away. I show up fashionably late, half tipsy from pre-gaming, and start enjoying myself. This was a football player's house, my teammate, and when he throws a party, everybody comes. But there were a few townies there too, but not a noticeable amount, and this house was packed though. I mean, our football team alone is 200 guys strong, and about 150 of them were there. I was making my way through the kitchen, and I bumped into this guy. Now, remember that we were packed like sardines in there, but this townie did not take too kindly to me making my way through. He shoved me hard, and me being tipsy, pushed him back, still in game time mode. It's important for me to note too that I was actually a pretty fearless guy up to this day. I've gotten into my fair share of youthful trouble and fights, and I was ready to go, if you know what I mean. So he started talking about, watch where you're going, don't you see me here, yada yada yada. We got into each other's face, and it was about to go down in his kitchen. His friends and 2 townie chicks started pulling him away, and I was held back by my teammates. And by this time, all eyes were on us. And by all eyes, I mean all 40-ish people in the kitchen within earshot, because the music was thumping. Reminder that this is my teammate's house, so this guy gets kicked out of the door along with his townie friends, and they were way outnumbered. The whole way out of the door, he's yelling that I'll see you when I see you, and all that type of shit. I'm like, okay, whatever, and get back to my after-game business trip of drinking and drinking some more. 3 hours pass, and the party starts to die down, and I'm totally lit, and I'm ready to bounce at this point. I live right around the way, so I slink out the door and start the 2-block walk back to my house. I'm halfway down the street from my house, and all of a sudden, a white SUV cuts across the middle of the road with the headlights on me. I'm alone now, and far enough away from the party house that I can't see anyone, and still a block away from my house. He opened the driver door, and who was it that I see? You guessed it, my new buddy that got kicked out of the party. Fuck it. I guess we're about to do this right here then. He opens the door, but I'm blinded by the headlights, and all I hear is this, a round being loaded into a chamber, and then, what do you got to say now, huh? He's about 5 steps from me now and runs up and puts the gun up to my forehead. I was tipsy and kind of really in the moment, and I can't really say what I thought about anything specific at this moment, but I was more so just going from, okay, we're about to duke it out, to, shit, that's a real gun, isn't it? And it was. Old dumbass drunk me, too, says, oh, so you're gonna shoot me now? Well, his pistol was literally on my forehead. He stood there for a few seconds and said, nah, and then attempted to hit me with the pistol in my head. As soon as it moved away from my head, I grabbed that hand and we started fighting right there in the middle of the street. I got a few blows in, and he got a few blows in, and the gun was dropped, and I finally got him into what was somewhat of a lock. I had him stuck, basically, and this is when I remembered that there were other figures in the car that I could vaguely make out, and I think it was the 2 chicks, and they just sat there and watched this whole incident go down. Worried about one of them coming out to grab the gun, I let go of the guy, and he was way out of breath at this point, and I grabbed the gun and dropped out the magazine and tossed the magazine as far as I could. But by this time, the adrenaline was going strong, and I just wanted to get the fuck away from the spot. The guy started standing up and said, I need that, pointing to the gun, and I, being drunk and starting to feel the weight of the situation, said, "Okay, are you good? Is this done?" Wanting to get the situation over with without a cap in my ass as I'm getting away, I emptied the barrel, and sure enough, there was actually a round in the chamber, and the fucking safety was off too. Only the Lord knows why I didn't just take off with the gun. I still can't give an answer for that, in fact, and I just wanted to go home, and I was not trying to wait around to call the cops or be there when he realizes the mag is missing. So I give the gun back. Again, I don't know why. I was just in an odd state of shock and compliance, I think. And at this point, I take off till I'm a safe distance away. Go home, and I was not trying to wait around to call the cops or be there when he realizes the mag is missing. So I give the gun back. Again, I don't know why. I was just in an odd state of shock and compliance, I think. And at this point, I take off till I'm a safe distance away. I know, I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to get away from that spot, and that's all I can say. Anyway, I walk in my door and close it behind me, and my roommate is on the couch playing Xbox, and I just started bawling. The brevity of just how careless I was with my response and the potentiality of what could have happened just hit me like a ton of bricks. He asked me what was up, and all I could say was that I just had a gun put to my head, man. Up until this point, I was pretty much truly fearless. I didn't care about hurting myself, I didn't care about hurting others, and the stupidity of my ignorant, thoughtless response tore me apart. The turmoil of getting a gun pulled on me was not what made the tears roll, though. I mean, I had just given another human a choice about whether I lived or die. And my greatest blessing in the world was only born 3 months prior to my beautiful daughter. Why didn't I think of her? I almost got shot. And what for? To be honest, I was completely ashamed of myself, and I felt like I turned my back on my daughter in that moment. I was ashamed that everything I worked for in my life, I just put up for grabs for a split second. I called this guy's bluff and won the hand, but did I really win? I wouldn't say so. In the end, I don't go out like I used to, and it was the last time I drank in that manner too. I don't believe that the alcohol was a factor in the lead-up to the situation, but it sure did lend to my careless response, that's for sure. I never knew real fear until the thought of my daughter being fatherless flashed in my mind after, and that could have been my reality and hers that night. And I left that decision up to a drunk stranger that I pissed off. Not long ago, my partner and I were driving through reservation land at about 11 o'clock at night, in the desert southwest of the USA. We were on a major highway, but as with so many highways in that area, it's not very well used, just barely paved, and with only one lane going in each direction. There were no lights, just reflectors embedded in the pavement too, and it's not uncommon to go for an hour on this highway without seeing another vehicle. I was reading a book aloud when suddenly my buddy who was driving interrupts and pulls off on the side of the road, braking quickly. "Hey man, did you see that?" No," I replied. "See what?" "The van. It went off the road." I turned in my seat, but couldn't make out anything, on or off the road. It was just darkness all around, and he grabbed the flashlight that we keep in the car and asked me to call 911. He's in a medical profession and a lapsed licensed EMT, and I've worked in an emergency response kind of unit, so this isn't a super uncommon occurrence for us, although not even being able to see the accident was a first for me. I got on the phone with 911 immediately and set about trying to find a mile marker using my phone as a flashlight. Eventually set up coverage, and my GPS was acting flighty in that area. The dispatcher asked me to cross the highway carefully and try to ascertain the status of the passengers, since they had gone straight over a hill and presumably into the canyon below. I stayed on the line while I trudged over the sand dunes on the opposite side of the highway. I was a bit nervous to be walking in this area in sandals, as we had just recently been discussing the rattlesnake population in the region, and I couldn't really see where I was going and answer the dispatcher questions at the same time. But the scrubby vegetation gave me some purchase, and finally I crested the largest dune and could see the outline of the accident site. On the road, the moonlight was blocked by the dunes, but on this side, it was strangely bright. It took my brain a moment to make sense of what I was seeing. They had been lucky, to be honest. The van had turned on its side as it slid, and the friction from the dunes had just barely prevented the entire thing from going straight over the edge into the massive canyon below. My partner called out to me and asked me to check on the woman in the van, and I saw that next to him, standing with a scarecrow-like stiffness, was a young man. He looked dazed and didn't seem to be answering many questions, and I got the darkest vibe off of that guy that I've ever encountered. I felt goosebumps just crawling up my back, and it was just like there was a permanent ring of shadow around him or something. I felt really uneasy knowing that either of us were anywhere near him, and made a point to keep a visual checking up on him. I proceeded to the site and around the van and called out to identify myself. I heard the voice of a woman inside, and as I walked around to the windshield, I could see her. She was crouched in the passenger cabin, clearly in shock, her feet bleeding as she shifted back and forth in the broken glass of the driver's side window. She was a tall, willowy woman, thin and pale with dark hair. There was also a massive wolfhound panting. It appeared equally stunned, and I saw that they had managed to pry the passenger side door open, and the man must have climbed out through the top that way. But the woman spoke with me for a time, calmly and with an urgency that I couldn't quite identify in her voice, and I relayed the information to the dispatcher. Yeah, it was just the two of them. No, they don't seem to be seriously injured. No, nobody's fallen asleep at the wheel or anything. They were on their way to Texas, apparently, to visit family. They were living out of the van, I think. What I remember most clearly is that I made a couple of attempts to convince her to either climb out of the roof or through the back to clear away from the van just to be safe. But she politely refused each time. She said that she didn't want to leave the dog. And there was just something really wrong about her demeanor. People react differently to stress, and she seemed alert and competent, so I just kind of put it to the back of my mind, though, but I kept being struck by a strangeness in her handling of the situation, if that's the right words. The dispatch and I agreed that the paramedics could probably easily break the windshield to free them, and there was no sign of fuel, so it was fine for her to stay in there until they arrived. Once I double-checked that she was secure and wasn't going anywhere, I handed off the phone to my partner while I went out to wave in the paramedics, who had accidentally passed the site and were backing towards us from farther up the highway, looking for our flashlight thanks to the dispatcher. They pulled off a ways up from the site, and I began to brief them when we all heard dispatch come over the radio. They said to us, "Please be advised that the male passenger is AMS and considered dangerous." AMS stands for Altered Mental Status, suggesting that someone isn't in the normal frame of mind or for a variety of reasons. We all stopped in our tracks, and the paramedics exchanged a glance, and one went back to the ambulance for additional equipment. I was eager to get back to my partner to make sure that he hadn't communicated that to the dispatch out of concern for his safety, but when we arrived on site, they were still talking quietly. I went to my car to find shoes for the woman, and the passengers were placed in the different ambulances, and the police arrived to take interviews all around. Just as we were about to leave, an officer, taking our statements, turned to us and said, "Yeah, well, it's pretty messed up. I guess she was driving and he wanted to kill them both, so he grabbed the wheel and overpowered her. It's lucky that either of them are alive, in fact." After a couple of hours, when we were back to driving, my partner proceeded to fill in the details. So when we first got to the scene, the woman was yelling that he had tried to kill her and not to leave her alone with him. She also said that if she got out, that he needed to be restrained as he was a danger to himself and others. The man was very eager to be out of the vehicle, and bewildered. My partner had nonetheless helped the guy pry the door open, and once he was out, the guy had just clammed up and wouldn't do much more than nod or shake his head in response to questions. He kept thinking that the guy might take off and get lost in the desert or something, but in the end he just waited there. He said that the guy had seemed agitated, so he was doing his best to keep him engaged and distracted until help could arrive. It was honestly chilling to realize that what we had thought was an accident was actually a murder-suicide attempt. I really wanted to accompany the woman to the hospital, but for unrelated reasons, we just couldn't remain. We went back that way during the day on our return trip a week later, though, and we pulled over at the side and climbed over the dunes to see whether they had managed to tow the van over all that sand. And, sure enough, it was gone. What was unnerving, though, was the realization, upon seeing the landscape during the day, that if he had chosen any other spot to grab the wheel for miles in both directions, they would have been over a cliff almost immediately. In the dark, there was no way for him to tell, but he had chosen the only spot where they realistically could have survived the accident. My partner then told me that they had gone off the road when they were nearly opposite our little sedan on the highway, and if the guy had opted for a head-on collision instead of the off-the-cliff option, he would have been toast. And quite honestly, it was a sobering thought. I think of that woman that I met that night often, and of her wolfhound being gingerly coaxed into the back of a police car. I really hope that they're in a much better place now. As for that guy who tried to kill them all, I certainly hope that he gets help and that we never have cause to see that guy again. I was around 10 or 11 when this happened, and I was home alone. The doorbell rang while I was watching TV, so I hastily moved my bowl of cereal and got up to answer the door. It was the mailman who said that we had gotten a package, but it was apparently so big that he needed help carrying it. Something felt just really off about this guy, as he wasn't wearing a uniform and he was in a dirty white shirt and jeans. I asked him where his truck was because I didn't see it parked out front, and he said it was around the corner and just to follow him out to grab my parcel. He kept telling me to go with him, but I politely said that I wasn't feeling well and that we would just get our mail from the post office and whatnot. He said how much of a hassle that would be and to just go out and get it then and there. I said that I had to get my shoes on from upstairs, and he waited outside. I locked the door and bolted upstairs, closing all the windows, and I called my mum to come home and explained everything. The man was still outside, and he shouted at me, asking if I'd gotten my shoes, and I replied that my mum was coming because she's much stronger and could carry the package for me. And once I said that, he was quick to run, and I never saw his face again. They never did catch him, and I hope that he never lured any kids and tricked them into going near that van, but he sure was one hell of a creepy mailman. So this story happened many years ago when I was 19 years old and lived with my parents at home in a fairly bad neighborhood. At the time, I had a large loving dog that was half Great Dane and half English Mastiff, who was the sweetest little angel that you could ever meet, but absolutely massive. We're talking over 5 feet on her hind legs and well over 100 pounds. So, it was late one night, and I decided that the middle of the night was when I wanted to go to the local 24-hour grocery store to get a few snacks. At the time, I didn't own a car, but I did have a license and my father had a car, and since I was young, I figured I could take the car and drive the few miles to the store to pick up some snacks and be back having the car in the driveway before anyone knows that I was gone. The only issue was that I knew that my dog would start barking and crying if I left her alone while I went to the store. So I decided that I would take her with me and leave her in the car and just quickly duck in and get stuff. And since it's the middle of the night, it wasn't going to be hot and all was going to be okay. I get to the store and get out, and I pick up a few snacks and pay the total and head back to the car. It's the early 2000s and my keys are on a lanyard around my neck, and as I'm walking quickly towards my father's car, I notice in my peripheral vision that there's a man who's gotten up from a bench on the side of the building. I hear him say something, but I don't turn around and have no clue what it was. I start to quicken my pace and wonder if I'm being paranoid, but by the time I open my car door, this man was in full sprint towards me. I slam the car door shut, and before I can even lock the door, I see a hand slam on my window, full palm. In the next split second, my beautiful, amazing, huge dog lunges from the passenger seat across my driver's seat towards the window, with teeth and barking, and I had never seen her act like that before. Then I hear an "oh shit" before the man just disappeared off into the darkness. I got home safe that night, and nothing came of it. The neighborhood that the store was located is notorious for panhandlers and thefts and robberies, so I can't tell you for sure what that person wanted from me, but I got a pretty good idea. I don't know if they would have hurt me or if I was just overreacting, but what I can tell you is that I'm very glad that my dog was with me that night. So I live in an apartment complex with my husband and 13-month-old baby in a bad area of my city. Last night, my husband was at work. He works until 11 p.m. most days, and I just kept hearing a strange noise from near my balcony. I turned the porch light on, expecting to see a stranger with a toothy grin and a knife in his hand, but instead, I saw nobody and went back to what I was doing. Again, I heard a strange noise and nervously checked, and nobody, and nothing. I thought to myself that if it was just my neighbors outside, that I was probably weirding them out by opening the slider door so often and turning the light on and turning it off and turning it back on again, etc. So I came back inside and shoved some headphones into my ear hole so that I could stop frightening myself. This worked beautifully, and I forgot all about the noises that I heard. Typically speaking, around 9:30 or so, I usually take a hot and relaxing bath to just prepare my mind for slumber. I got caught up with something on the interwebs though, and I ended up not getting up from my kitchen until right before 10 p.m. Around the time that I arose to bathe, I heard a pounding outside of my apartment door. I glanced out of my apartment's peephole and I didn't see anyone. I can only see one other apartment. There are 4 on my floor, out of the peephole. However, since I'm nosy, I decided to wait until maybe I could see this person. I mean, they were really pounding on the door quite hard. It was shaking my apartment door, in fact. And after probably 8 minutes or so, the pounding just stopped. I waited, and still no one. The neighbors hadn't answered their door either, and you can hear everything through these doors. The silence continued for maybe 5 minutes or so, and a couple of minutes after I walked away, it began again. This time, though, it sounded like it was my door. Now, I'm a very anxious person, and I do not like being alone in my apartment at night, and refuse to open the door if I don't absolutely have to. So, I cautiously looked through the peephole, and I saw absolutely nothing again. This really terrified me, and I messaged my husband and he told me to call our building security. The pounding got louder and louder, and then it stopped for several minutes and then abruptly continued, and this went on for quite some time. I stared out my door's peephole, wondering what the fuck was going on as I just tried to rationalize what was happening. But maybe someone's actually knocking on the neighbor's door and it just sounds like they're knocking on mine. Maybe someone's looked outside and is pounding on that door. And then my thoughts were disrupted as someone began to scratch at my door. My apartment door is metal, so I could distinctly hear the sound of a person's nails running across it. I glanced at the peephole, terrified at what creepy creature I might discover, and again, no humans in sight. I then decided that I should go to the closet in my bedroom and call security, away from the front door and far enough away from my baby's bedroom so that she couldn't hear me. But right as I was about to walk away, I saw something through the peephole that made me audibly gasp. I saw a man slowly stand up. I had never seen his face before, and I couldn't see him prior to him standing because the peephole doesn't see that far downwards. I'm pretty sure that he was crouching down and just waiting for me to open my door to see what the hell was happening and then do who knows what. Man, am I glad that I did not open that door. And obviously, I called security and the police. But the guy, he was long gone by then. Just to give you a bit of background, I'm a female and I drive for Lyft at night. I'm on the shorter side at 5'4" and have been driving for nearly 6 months now. I tend to drive downtown Denver, especially on weekends when there's the most money to make. In this time, I've only had a couple of truly scary encounters, and I drive 7 nights a week, at least a couple of hours at night. So, the first scary one, it started out normally enough for that late at night. I had just dropped off a passenger in Aurora and was marking my way back towards Market Street since the bars hadn't closed yet. I get a pickup that's on the way, and it's a nice enough area that I don't feel uncomfortable about, but anyone who knows Aurora, CO, knows that it's not really the best area, even with the few nice areas. A couple of guys hop in, one in the front, one in the back. Both have on hoodies and are carrying backpacks, but this is Colorado and almost 1:30 in the morning, so it wasn't anything odd. But where it gets a little strange is after they get in. I give them my normal greeting, but they completely ignore me and shove their backpacks onto the floor, and they pull their hoods up while shielding their faces from the windows with their hands. I was instantly uncomfortable, and I could feel that something was off about them. It was only a 10-minute drive, and we were in a secluded area, so I decided the safest thing that I could do was complete the ride. I could feel my fight or flight instinct kicking in, though, and within about a minute, I had decided if they tried anything, I was going to crash my car. And neither one had put on a seatbelt, so I figured that that would be my best chance. Once we arrived at the location they wanted to be dropped off at, I could tell that it was not a good area. Bars on all the windows, trash everywhere, and cars in disrepair. They got out, but they don't shut my doors and start whispering to each other while glancing at me. One of them has his hand in his pocket fidgeting with something. I have no idea what it was. At this point, I've had enough and I just step on the gas driving off with the doors open. I drove a couple of miles until I get to a gas station with lights and people before I stop to properly close both the doors. I called it a night at that point and headed home to just cuddle my toddler and my husband before having a cry in the safety of my own bed. I have no idea what they were planning, but I do know that I was terrified from the moment they pulled their hoods up to the moment that I dropped them off with my doors open. The second story takes place a couple of weeks after this, in fact, and I had sworn off all pickups in the Aurora area and the shady parts along Colfax at night. I would still drop people off there, but I would also turn my app off and leave the area when I was done. So I was downtown as usual for Saturday night, and the bars were closing. I get a shared ride, which can be very good at bar closing. Now, the thing to know about shared rides is that you can't request more than 2 seats, leaving room for 2 more people. I have on multiple occasions had a full car with these types of rides too, and I get to the person and unlock my doors as normal, and in get 3 people. Okay, a small problem, but I'm polite and tell them that I can't give them a ride with 3 people, so they'll have to order a different lift. And this is where this one turns. The guy says, I don't want to pay more, and I say, I'm sorry, but either one of you has to get out or all of you do, and you need to order a different ride. This is a shared ride, and that means that I could get 2 more passengers, and they need seats. But with shared rides, you're only allowed to book 2 seats for 2 passengers. The guy says, I'm not paying more, so you can just ignore other rides and take us home. At this point, he became pretty aggressive and was putting his finger in my face. Maybe I should have been more scared, but this is Market Street at Barclays, and it's absolutely packed at this point. There are drunk people everywhere, and where there are drunk people, there are also cops. So, I roll down my window as he continues to tell me what I'm going to do and starts threatening to punch my bitch ass into its place if I don't start driving right now. I didn't catch the whole sentence since I had made eye contact with the cop and was focusing on getting his attention. I say to the guys, "Okay, you now have a choice. You can all get out, or I can get the cop right there to get you out." Said cop was actually making his way over, seeing something was wrong. And at this point, they all jumped out with the guy flipping me off, and they disappeared into the crowd still looking for rides. The cop stopped to ask if I was okay, and I gave him a short rundown of what happened and thanked him for coming over. I headed off to my next ride, who was actually a very polite gentleman, and in both cases I reported them to Lyft so I wouldn't get paired with either again. I also carry a foam pepper spray for defense and have a dash cam that records the interior of my car now. And since that last one, I haven't had any issues, so I'm grateful for that. So last night, I was at a classmate's house working on a group project that we have due tomorrow. I live in an apartment in the town where our university is located, and my classmate lives at his parents' house, which is in the foothills just outside of town. In order to get to the house, you have to drive along a relatively secluded and narrow 2-lane road for about 5 to 6 miles. We started working on the project at about 6 p.m, I think, and I ended up hanging around for a while after we had finished our working. So I left his house pretty late at about 11, I think, and started down the road back towards town. I didn't realize how tough it would be to navigate the road at night. There were no streetlights, and the road was unkept and just riddled with potholes everywhere. And on top of this, I had no cell service, so I had to drive very slowly to make sure that it didn't blow out my tires, since I had used my spare a couple of weeks back. I figured I was about 3 miles from the house when I rounded a tight corner and saw a pickup truck with a camper shell just parked diagonally across the road. The manner in which it was parked completely impeded my path, and I couldn't drive around it because there was a gully on both sides of the road. The only way for me to go at this point was backwards, where there was a pull-off that I could use to turn my car around. At first, I couldn't see inside the cab, but when I turned on my high beams, I saw that there was a man just slouched over in the driver's seat, his head resting against the steering wheel as if he'd been knocked out after a bad accident or something. I immediately sensed something was wrong though, because the way the car had just coincidentally come to rest in a position that totally blocked the road was a huge red flag for me. I had heard of stories of people playing dead in the road as a way to lure unsuspecting people out of their cars so that they could rob them. And I decided fuck this shit, and elected to go back to my classmate's house and explain what was going on. I threw the car into reverse and kept my eyes darting back and forth between my rear view and the truck. I looked and saw that I was almost to the pull-off where I could turn around, and when I looked back, my heart skipped about 5 beats. The man who had been slouched over in the driver's seat was now walking at my car at a hurried pace, while a few other men jumped out of the camper shell and started moving towards me as well. I panicked and accelerated backwards into the pull-off, which messed up the undercarriage of my car pretty bad. As I put it into drive, the guy was already at my passenger side door tugging on the handle, which, thank the Lord, was locked. I only caught a brief glimpse of him, but his face appeared to be scabbed and leathery. Definitely a meth head or some sort of drug user for sure. I sped away and didn't slow down at all until I reached the house, just constantly checking over my rear view to see if they were following me. Thankfully, they didn't tail me, and when I reached the house, I explained what had happened to my classmate, and we called the cops straight away. I was grateful that my buddy's parents were kind enough to let me stay that night. They didn't find anyone on the road matching the description, but I filed an incident report and they told me that they would be on the lookout for similar vehicles and suspicious activity. But holy shit, am I still so shook up over it. I keep getting the same adrenaline rush that I got when I saw the guy charging me whenever I think about it. Anyway, if you have any similar experiences, I would appreciate a good read if you wouldn't mind sharing. You can leave them in the comment section below, and thanks for listening. So my husband and I went camping for the first time ever in Arizona as a part of our long trip out west. I had picked out this really cool place that was on a mountain overlooking a beautiful landscape. It was next to a cliff and in a really isolated location. I'm talking like 20 miles out on gravel roads in the middle of a national forest. So we get there and set up our tent and hike a little bit and take some pictures of the surrounding area. We see a few cars parked around, 2 tents, and decide to stop and talk to the other campers nearby because we had heard that there was going to be a bad storm that night. These were 4 guys who were from Arizona, and they told us not to worry and that the storms didn't really get that terrible around this area. And that was all the persuading that we needed to stay. But later on, while walking a bit further down to the campsite, we see a woman there with her dog and another old lady. We smile and wave and continue to hike down a bit further into the forest. Let me elaborate too that because of the storm, we were one among maybe a total of 7 campers that had decided to stay and withstand the night. We watch the sunset when we get back to our site and make sure our car is only a few yards away and go into our tent when it gets too dark to see. There are no stars tonight due to the storm clouds, and it hasn't begun to rain yet, so we decide to try and sleep right away so that we could possibly sleep through the storm when it does hit. It is an insanely windy night, so it is pretty hard to sleep, but eventually we get a bit of shut-eye. I wake up at about 10:30 p.m, I'd say, to the sound of some crazy thunder rolling through the mountains and rain hitting down on our tent. I'm a little freaked out because, well, they get a lot of flash floods out here, and I didn't want to fall off the side of a cliff or anything, but I tell myself to just try and sleep, and eventually I doze off again. It's 12 a.m. now, and I'm awake again, but this time because I hear something hitting the side of our tent. Like, full-on sounded like someone could have been punching our tent and sliding something down the side of it. I open my eyes, and I can't see anything. It's completely dark, no light whatsoever. But the sound continues every couple of minutes, and at this point, I'm shitting bricks. And suddenly, I hear footsteps right next to my side of the tent. They're slow but steady, and I feel my entire body just freeze up. I seriously start thinking about how this is it and I'm about to die. And my heart is beating so fast that I'm certain whatever is out there can hear it now. Then, whatever it is lets out a deep sigh right on the opposite side of the tent. I'm thinking it's a bear and realizing that I might actually have to face this thing. In a desperate call for my husband's mind-reading powers, I squeeze his hand really hard repeatedly and he wakes up. But instead of reading my mind, he blurts out, "What's wrong? Why are you squeezing my hand?" Right as he says this, the footsteps, they stop. I don't hear the footsteps again, so after a while, I break out of my frozen state and tell him what I heard. We decided that it may have just been an animal passing by, but whatever is hitting our tent, it continues every so often, and I'm starting to go a little insane from this night, wondering what the hell was going on. We convince ourselves that it's just pines falling from the trees above us, and we try to sleep again. But we just need to make it through one night, and then we can laugh about all of this in the morning, right? A couple of minutes go by, and then suddenly the tent caves in on my husband's side, right on his head. He whispers to me that it feels like something is pushing the tent down. I feel my heart instantly sink, and I'm freaking out thinking it's a bear that just sat on his head or something, but he decides to push back, and we hear the familiar noise of something sliding off of our tent that we've been hearing for the past few hours. We then realize that it's been snowing outside, and that the noise we heard hitting our tent was heavy ice falling from the trees onto our tent. Our tent is covered in thick ice, and my husband pushes the tent from the inside until all the ice finally slides off. Still determined to make it through the night, and a little relieved that it was just ice and not a bear, we tried to sleep and make it to sunrise. We keep on a small light that my husband, luckily, brought with him just to calm us down a little bit too. Things are starting to seem normal again, and we both close our eyes. It's 3 a.m. at this point, and not even 30 minutes after we're settling down, my literal worst nightmare happens. Out of the pitch-black night, we hear a woman screaming. We distinctly hear her say, "What the fuck?" followed by some other non-tangible words that sound something like help. The way that she screams, too, it doesn't sound like anger. It sounds like pure terror and a sense of panic, maybe. My husband and I are both frozen, just looking at each other, and I quickly shut off our light and start panicking and asking what we should do because, what the fuck? How is this really happening right now? While we're trying to decide what to do for the next few minutes, we hear her again, but this time she's screaming no just over and over again as we hear a car speed off into the night. I'm in tears at this point. We have no idea what's happening, and it's dead silent now, save for the icy rain hitting our tent. It definitely sounded like she wasn't in the car too, but more like she was desperately yelling after it or begging not to be hurt. And this was the breaking point for me, because I could take the bad weather, I could take the possible bear outside my tent, I could even take the ice falling on our heads in one of the warmest states in America, but one thing I cannot and will not ever be able to handle is a screaming person in the middle of the pitch-black woods at 3 a.m. We decided to just get the hell out of there and even contemplate leaving our tent and booking it to our car. But instead, we try to stay level-headed and grab our valuables and put them in the car first. We frantically gather our things and we stay close as we shuffle to our car, and I close the door and keep the lights off for a while, scared to attract any unwelcome visitors. And while my husband goes back to grab the tent, I start the car and I call 911. I tell them what I heard and where we are, and they say that they're sending someone to the campsite to make sure everything is okay. Only thing is, we are literally in the middle of nowhere, and it will definitely take them more than an hour to arrive here. And not to mention that the storm left those gravel roads in some pretty terrible conditions too. So, my husband and I, we just decide to start driving, and it's like 3:30 a.m. now. As we drive out of the campsite, my husband notices one last eerie detail that stuck with me. The 4 guys that we had talked to earlier, they had left. All 3 of their cars were gone while their tents remained. In other words, whatever scared them off, they sure left in a hurry. It was only after we started driving that the thought occurred to me that whatever was walking next to my tent, it may not have been an animal after all. It very well could have been someone lurking around in the dark who decided to go after the girl that we had seen previously on our hike. I'm not quite sure what went down on that lone mountain that night, and I sure hope that everyone got out okay. Like I mentioned, we did call the police, but we were out of there before they even got there, obviously. So, I'm not sure what happened that night, but man, it was creepy as hell. Back in 2008, I was a student planning to go to university and needed some extracurricular stuff that I could put on my entry applications. As most UK students know, one of the best to have on there is the Duke of Edinburgh Award. As a part of this award, you have to embark on an orienteering expedition. It's basically a long trek through woodland and rural villages following nothing but a map and a compass and no GPS allowed. It's a teamwork experience, and you camp and just kind of overcome hurdles together and all that type of stuff. Anyway, I was out of shape at the time, and so my uncle volunteered to take me out to the middle of nowhere to get some idea of what orienteering was like. We didn't stay out overnight, like I would have to during the real thing, but we hiked maybe 10 miles through the woods and a small village in pretty abysmal weather too. But by the end of the journey, we were soaked to the bone and honestly pretty miserable. We're looking forward to just getting back to the car and heading home. For the last part of the journey, we were on a dirt trail heading uphill with bushes and trees either side. We were marching onward in silence at this point when, all of a sudden, there was a rustling in the foliage to our left. And from behind a large bush stepped out an old man in a black suit with a red bow tie and dress shoes. He looked to be late 70s, early 80s maybe, really pale and liver spots dotting his face and a grey or white comb over. Honestly, I was instantly weirded out. I mean, who dresses like that to go into the woods, right? The instant thought seeing a guy this age out there in those clothes and at these types of weather conditions was, this guy has lost his marbles. There was something else that took me an extra moment to notice, though, that kind of puzzled me. The guy was bone dry. It didn't even have mud on his shoes. We stopped in our tracks and just stared at the man for a moment, who appeared to be as frozen and shocked at seeing us as we him. My uncle made the first move, taking a step towards him, asking if he was all right. The old man continued to stare for a moment, not even moving an inch, and then it became suddenly very animated. It was like he suddenly just snapped out of a trance, and he started flailing his arms wildly, saying something awful had happened, that a good friend of his needed help. He began walking backwards into the woods, motioning for us to follow him, and we did. We started off at a brisk walk and then escalated to running as we struggled to keep up with the old man. After maybe a minute, he just disappeared ahead of us, but we could hear him, so we continued to follow the noise until we reached a huge slope. We stopped at the edge and looked down to see the old man just standing at the bottom, motioning us, pleading with us to follow him. I remember looking down the slope that was probably at a 40-degree angle, I'd say, and spanned for perhaps 50 feet or more, and it was slick with mud. It looked like an accident waiting to happen, to be honest, especially given that there were no shrubs or roots to hold onto or anything. I remember looking down at the old man on the other side of the slope and just kind of wondering how the heck did he cross that so quickly and so cleanly too. I mean, at that distance, it is hard to see fine detail clearly, but I swear that he still did not appear to be wet or even muddy at all. Well, me and my uncle just kind of looked at each other, and I saw that he was getting as weirded out as I was. Despite my feelings, I made a step toward the edge and was going to try and make my way down when my uncle grabbed me firmly by the arm and just pulled me back. Under his breath, he said to me, "Something's wrong here." We took a few steps back from the edge at this point, and the old man at the bottom started getting irate. He began pleading with us again to just come down the slope, telling us that he needed our help. His friend was in trouble. My uncle shouted down to the old man that we would head back to our car and call emergency services for him, that professional help would be on its way soon, that they would have all the tools to help him and all that. The old man, though, just suddenly got furious and he began jumping up and down, demanding that we come down the slope right now or there would be hell to pay. His voice had changed drastically too, and he was practically growling his words, his hands bunched up into fists, pounding his knees like an angry toddler throwing a tantrum. I've honestly never seen a grown adult fly into such a rage in my life. His eyes looked like they were on the verge of bursting out of their sockets, in fact. His skin had gone from pale to red in almost an instant. Well, we began to hurriedly make our way back the way that we had come, and his demands and threats were just getting less audible as we got closer to the trail. But once on the trail, we practically power marched the remaining quarter mile or so to the car, all the while with my uncle on his phone to the emergency services explaining to them that there was a possible mentally ill old man just wandering the trail. We were ordered to get to our car and just await the police so that we could show them where we had encountered him. About an hour later, we met 4 officers, 2 whom had dogs with them and packs of supplies like first aid and emergency blankets, etc. We led them to the exact spot and then pointed the 2 officers with the dogs in the direction that he led us through the bushes. The search lasted all weekend, but there was absolutely no trace of the old man. In fact, the officers said that the only trail that they could pick up had been mine and my uncle's. They didn't even find any footprints or anything belonging to the old man that we had encountered. quite honestly, it's one of the weirdest and creepiest experiences that I've ever had.
Emergency alert. This is not a test. Immediate threat for residents of counties. Be wary of severe winds, lightning, severe rain, flash floods. Residents are advised to stay indoors. Please lock or bar all entryways into your house. From using any devices that emit light or loud noise. Please enter a room with no windows. Effective indefinitely. Issued by the National Weather Service.
This was the message that I was greeted by in the middle of an episode of The Big Bang Theory in my living room. Frozen halfway through a fork full of Kraft mac and cheese, I sat bolt upright and turned around to look out the window. The sky, as I thought, was crystal clear. A few clouds, but nothing crazy. No rain, no thunder, nothing. Confused, I turned off the TV, erasing the alert from the screen. My two dogs came walking over to me and I petted them on their heads. One of my dogs, though, the other's brother, was shaking profusely from the buzzing noise that always shows up with the Amber Alerts and the like. I left them in the living room and walked through my kitchen and onto my front porch. My neighbours, too, were standing outside of their houses, all looking at the sky in bemusement. An immediate threat? It didn't seem like it, I thought, as my phone started buzzing with the same tone. One by one, everyone else's phone started ringing. I should explain, I guess, that I've never experienced a severe weather warning for real. Not once in my life, in fact. I suppose that it should come as no surprise, seeing as I live in Oregon of all places. I supposed that maybe it was just a mistake. But just as the thought floated across my mind, I heard the siren. The siren of the squad car coming down the street. An officer talked through the speaker.
This is not a drill. Please enter your homes immediately. Do not go outside under any circumstance.
Never the kind of guy to ignore higher authorities. I entered my house nervously, turned off all the lights on the above-ground floors, and took my dogs into my basement with a sleeping bag, some food, my phone, a charger, some spare batteries, a flashlight, and other essentials. I called my brother, who lives a couple of blocks away, and asked him if he had gotten the message. He had, and I considered saying that we should stay together to wait out the storm, but then I figured that we'd probably get into trouble for that, so I just hung up and got comfortable in my sleeping bag and started browsing Reddit. Eventually, I fell asleep, seeing as I was under stress and had woken up pretty early. When I woke up, I realized that I still didn't hear any rain though. I mean, seriously, nothing at all. More confused than ever, I decided to see if the alert had been called off. I turned on my phone and called my brother again. It went straight to voicemail though, so I gave up. I decided to risk it and just go upstairs. I had to squeeze between the door and the wall to keep my dogs from following me upstairs, but I won and they stayed in the basement. I walked through my kitchen to the front door and looked out the window part of it. As I squinted to see outside in the dark, strange, seeing as it was only 2 p.m. judging by my clock, the TV flickered briefly. I looked around at it and it flickered again, but this time every device on the ground floor flickered. Thinking little of it, I turned around and looked through the door again. Every house on the block had its lights turned off, and nobody was outside, except for one teenage girl. A thin, short-haired girl wearing what looked like a pillowcase. walked unsteadily down the street, very slowly, looking as though she was having some difficulty. I turned around, now extremely confused and worried, and got the dog's food bowls, which I had forgotten earlier. When I looked up, one of the houses, the one diagonally across from mine, right next to the house across the street and to the left, had its lights on and one of its windows broken. I don't know why, but I shuddered at this and just rushed back into the basement as the lights flickered intensely. I locked the door to the basement and sat on an old tattered couch that I had brought down here. The basement is where I put everything that I didn't have room for. So, yeah, it's totally packed. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention something that may be worth noting too. I live in a small town. A very small town. Probably with a population of under 500 in fact. Maybe even less. As a matter of fact, it isn't even on most maps. We never make any news, we never have any scandals or anything. This is the first interesting thing that's happened since, I think Mrs. White lost her dentures to a raccoon. So, I guess it's possible that this whole thing just seems way worse than what it actually is. Call me crazy, but until a few minutes ago, I was thoroughly enjoying myself. I love these scenarios, and my basement is totally secure, so I'm having the time of my life, in fact. Well, at least I was. I decided to turn on my radio. What harm could it do as long as I didn't turn the volume up too high, right? I was surprised to find that our local radio station was still up and running, too. They were talking about the weather, so I listened hard for any news that I hadn't heard. And there wasn't any. They were just as confused as us. Not wanting to listen to crappy pop music indefinitely, I tuned into another station. This one was one that I hadn't heard before.
Could you give me the status of the West County? Over. No new developments. Over. Okay, any fatalities? Over. What part of no new developments do you not understand, McClellan? A squad car will be passing through soon to scan the area for the target, okay? Over. Any ETA on that? Over. No, not yet. Over. Any word from HQ on Jones? Over. No, McClellan. Not yet. Not since number 13 first got out. Over. Well, let me know if and when they contact. Over.
At that point, I lost the signal. Well, not really, but the connection got so weak that I could barely make out anything that they were saying anymore. I figured that I must have found a police communication channel or something, and I'd been left with no answers whatsoever at this point. That was about 45 minutes ago, as of me sharing this with you guys. I don't know what's going on. Do any of you guys live near me? I'd say what county I live in and which ones were affected, but I don't know. Privacy reasons, right? Anyway, I'll keep you guys updated, okay? Until then, wish me luck. Hey, guys, just a quick update before the major update. About 5 minutes ago, a car alarm went off somewhere to the right of my house. I'm too freaked out to go and check it out, but I'll go up and see how it looks tomorrow morning, and I'll update you then, okay? Hey guys, and sorry for the wait. I know a lot of you have been waiting to hear from me about my current situation. So, I have some new insight into what may be going on. I still have access to the police radio channel, but I haven't had a good signal from it since my first attempt, and I haven't tried looking at it very much. But about an hour ago, however, I did get into it, and I wrote down everything as I heard it.
Officer Jones, you there? Over. I am. Who's this? Over. It's Officer Sloan, sir. Do you have any intel from HQ? Over. Afraid not. I just got done talking to McClellan and that son of a bitch Kowalski. Any word over on your end? Over. Not since the last broadcast, about 45 minutes ago. The last thing I heard was about the footage of the wreck. Over. Yeah, I suspected as much. How are you holding up, Sloan? Over. Yeah. Alright, all things considered, I guess. And you, Jones? Over. Yeah, well enough. I tell you, though, if 13 doesn't turn up fast, I might just end up like poor old Officer Brown, with my brain scattered on the ceiling. Over. Yeah, rest his soul. Over.
At this point, Jones and Sloan went silent for a good 10 seconds at least.
Well, I guess I better get in touch with Kowalski. I put him in charge of examining the wreck footage. Wish me luck. Over. Yes, sir. Over.
Sloan disconnects and Jones waits a minute to call Kowalski.
Kowalski, this is Jones. Over. Jones, hey, I'm just starting on that wreck footage. I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary yet, but, I guess time will tell. Over. Right. Look, Kowalski, I need you to focus, okay? This is one of the weirdest parts of the whole ordeal. I mean, think about it. A cop crashes into a telephone pole in a deserted road in broad daylight. Over. With all due respect, it might have been an honest mistake. I mean, come on, it's pretty dark out. What with the disturbances that we have trying to prevent 13 from releasing. Over. Look, we all know 13 is an anomaly. And that's nothing new, but I'm telling you, either he found her and she got the upper hand, or let's just say that I'm not ruling out suicide, okay? Over. Whatever. Hey, let me get back to doing what I've got to do here, okay? I'll talk to you later. Over.
So, something else worth noting is that the emergency broadcast that I received has now been updated to say that emergency services have been suspended indefinitely and leaving one's house is punishable by law. Also, I took a look at the format of the broadcast and the interface of it, and it isn't one that I've recognized before, but in my confused state, I'd been unable to tell. Weird, but what hasn't been lately, right? I've been doing alright as of late, but I'm still paranoid at every sound I hear. As I started writing this, the wind picked up and I can hear rain hitting the roof too, getting harder by the minute. Looks like that weather warning wasn't entirely bullshit, huh? So, I took my dogs up to the shower to do their business, as some of you guys have suggested. I haven't gone upstairs yet, but I have nothing else to report, and I don't want to give you guys half-ass updates, so I'm going to go and take a gander out the window and document what I see as I see it. So, I just went upstairs, and I think I'll be taking that box of Samoas down with me when I go back down. Hell, I'll take them and the Thin Mints. But desperate times call for desperate measures, right? As maybe you can tell, humor is now how I deal with stress. Unhealthy, I know, but whatever. It is what it is. I just went down to the window, and I don't see anything too, but the neighbor's window is still very broken. The street is really dark, and all the lights are definitely off. Now it's raining, though the streets are overflowing with water. Almost, anyway, and the first flash of lightning, too. The thunder came immediately, and the storm's right over us, right over our little town. The girl doesn't seem to be outside anymore, but I'll be keeping my eyes open. Weird. After that first lightning strike, the sky's lighting up every few seconds. Like I said, nobody around here, including me, is very informed on severe weather, seeing as it never comes our way, but I'm pretty sure that this isn't common. Okay, the neighbor's door just opened. The one with the broken window? But nobody's there, though. Must have been the wind. I hope he noticed. Come to think of it, maybe I should give him a call and see how he's going. We used to talk sometimes, after all, and it would be nice to hear from someone going through the same shit as me. Wait, I can see him. He's lying on the floor. Oh, shit, and the girl just came through the door. I I'm ducked under the window here, and I don't think she saw me. I'm going to peek out the window just to check, though. No? Okay, she's walking down the street now. She just passed my house. I don't know why she'd willingly go outside in the weather like this. I mean, in a scenario like this, but whatever, I guess. I'm going back into the basement, though. I called my brother earlier, and he hasn't gone upstairs in a while, too. A good thing, I guess, but he said that he heard a crash from one of his neighbours' houses a little while earlier, but nothing too loud. Nothing loud enough to cause serious concern, anyway. Weird. As I'm writing this, my dogs look worried. Without them, I'd have lost my mind by now, I must admit. Without you guys, too. It's nice having people to talk to in a time like this. Maybe they just have to go do their business again. It's risky, though, seeing as my bathroom is upstairs. I'm going to take them upstairs, but I'll take my phone with me. So, we just entered the bathroom, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. They're done now, and we're going back downstairs, and I'm going to duck past the window, though. Come to think of it, I should really invest in some blinds for that window. Oh, fuck. I just went into the basement, but as I passed the window, I saw her pass it too on the other side. I don't think she saw me, but holy fuck. Why is she wandering out there like this? By now, it's crossed my mind multiple times that she must be 13. And from this close, that pillowcase, it looks a lot like a hospital gown. Shit, guys. I'd phone the cops, but I don't even know their number. I need to go. I'll update you guys soon, okay? Until then, I guess assume I'm alive. Hey guys, so by now, I figured out that 911 does take you to the police. But I also remembered that bit about the emergency services being suspended. So, there's that. Hey everyone. It's been raining a lot lately. Rain and thunder, and the wind is really howling something terrible too. But as of yet, I'm okay. I haven't heard anything from the cops who, according to some comments below, they told me that they don't use radio channels to communicate anymore. So, that radio channel, it may be something else, like an independent organization. Like storm chasers or something, but chasing escaped mental patients instead of storms. Anyway, me and the dogs are doing fine at this point. Nothing has really transpired since my last update. I know, I really should stop going upstairs, but today I have to. I'll be real sneaky though, okay? But I need to. I only have enough food for today. I mean, I guess I could stretch it out to tomorrow if I really rationed it, but honestly, I'd prefer to just get it over with now. Huh, the lights just flickered. I mean, sure, they've been doing that a lot lately, but that time it lasted a while. Anyway, I checked the alert on my phone again, but nothing about it was different. I recently ran upstairs to get some towels and plastic bags to deal with the dog's defecations, but I didn't see the girl, whom I'm assuming is 13, and whom I'm just going to refer to as 13 for now. My neighbour's door was closed again, but that's the only thing that's changed. As I'm sharing this, I can hear a siren, I think. Not one I've heard before, though. Closer to a police siren than anything else, but still a little bit different. I considered going to check it out, but you guys would kill me, right? Man, I really hope this all ends soon. I only have like a bread, a ramen that I have no way of cooking safely, potato chips, saltines, water, and a fucking salad dressing out of the arse. So if this goes on for more than 2 or 3 more days, I think I'm going to have to eat Pete or Maybell. I'm kidding. I'd sooner eat my own calf. By the way, I did Google my area. There was nothing in the news about it whatsoever, which was weird, seeing as our town wasn't entirely off the map. I called a few of my neighbours last night too. None of them picked up. Two went straight to voicemail, in fact. I chatted with my brother, and things are no better by him either. I can't put this off any longer, though. I'm going to have to go upstairs to get some food. I'll take my phone with me, though. So, I just put some food in a bag. I crawled past the window, of course, and when I went up there, the rain started coming down even harder. I could hear some of my neighbours, doors opening and closing. Some shutters shook in the distance, too. The shutters of the windows in my living room are open, too. I guess 13 could see in if she wanted to, but no way in hell am I fixing that shit right now. So, I'm back downstairs now, and I'm going to try and contact the cops again. So far, I'm not getting any signal. Okay. No luck there. Hold on. I think I'm getting something, actually. But it's really faint.
Going to go. Check 3rd Street.
That was my street.
Okay, just make sure to be careful and ready at all times, okay? Sure, let me know how it goes when you get there too, okay? Over.
That was all the legible phrases that I could get before I lost the signal, but now I know that someone's coming down the street. Also, you guys have told me that cops don't actually say over at the end of each sentence group. I have two theories, one being that they just don't know that, and the other being that they're trying to make themselves seem like cops so that if someone unauthorized finds the channel, whoops, that's me I guess, then they'll think that they're just listening to the police. I don't know if these people are trustworthy or if I should be concerned about someone coming down my street, but so far they haven't entered my house, so even if they're paranormal Nazi spy demons or something, I guess I should be good. I don't honestly think that 13 has any malicious motives too. She doesn't seem to be the kind of a test subject that lives in a 5-star room, so she may very well be fleeing for her own safety, but I do know that she is undeniably, irrefutably dangerous, that's for sure. Another thing, a lot of people seem to be picturing this girl as Elle from Stranger Things or something, but when I said that she was a teenager, I didn't mean 13-ish years old. I meant anywhere from 16 to 20-something. And by short hair, I didn't mean that she had a buzz cut, just a short and a choppy sort of fringe. Like an emo fringe, just unevenly cut though. So far, it doesn't seem like anything is going to happen today, but I still have some space to fill, so I'll just tell you how I've been lately or something. Wait a second. The radio just turned on. What? Guys, the radio just talked to me. It said, open the door. Guys, I don't know, this is getting weird as hell. It just turned on by itself. I don't know if that was the cops or 13 or someone else, but that was weird, man. Were they talking to me specifically? My dogs are staring at it now, and it just said it again too. And it sounds so fucking calm. What the hell? My dogs just won't stop barking now too. Okay, so guys, this is like 5 minutes later now, and I just got my dogs to stop barking finally, but they're still growling. That was definitely loud enough for people to hear, maybe even through the rain and everything too. I'm a bit more calm and collected now, but I'm holding a big-ass kitchen knife just in case. This crazy-ass psychic girl, she's gonna come in here and I'm gonna fucking die in this fucking basement. Okay, so, it's 2 laters now, guys, and she hasn't come in, so I think I may be okay. I almost broke the radio to stop her from using it, but I didn't. I might need to stay posted on what the cops are doing, right? But now my power's out, and I can only use my lantern and flashlights to light up the room now. I have to use my phone with data, and I'm not going back upstairs. Not a fucking chance after that. My phone probably won't last very long on just my power banks now, and Guys, this might be it. I might be actually fucked this time. If I die tonight, well, my friends know my username. Well, some of them at least. Guys, promise me that if you're one of the people who knows who I am, please tell my family that I love them and that I tried. I'll try to update you guys soon, but until then, I guess assume I'm alive too. Hey again, guys. I'm back now, and I want to say that so far, I'm okay. I have a lantern lit, and I have enough food to last until tomorrow afternoon, and maybe tomorrow night even. The dogs are doing good too, better than me in fact, and we're currently just kind of laying low. I don't even want to risk going upstairs to get more food. Also, I don't really know what my thoughts are on the radio incident. I mean, if 13 wanted to get in, surely she just could have done that by now. Unless she's like one of those old-fashioned vampires or something who can't enter without permission. And I think my neighbour would disagree with that notion. Oh, speaking of the radio, I did manage to tune in on the people I've been listening to. I got a better signal than last time, but I still don't have much more information to go by. Anyway, here's what I heard.
Hello, Officer McClellan. It's Officer Bailey here. Present, over. Hey, McClellan, this is Sloan. Over. Sloan! Are you ever a sound for sore ears? Over. Nice to hear from you too. Over. How's everything going over on your end? Over. Well, considerably better than things have been as of late. Do you think what Jones and the boss said is true? Over. What, about 13? I mean, I want to, so I guess. Over. Everyone wants to believe, but do you actually believe? Over. Well, I mean, if Kowalski thinks he has a lead, man, fuck Kowalski. He's smart, okay? I'll give him that. Over. Look, I don't agree with everything Kowalski says or does. He has good ideas and bad ones. Sure, I guess he's got some obscure views on what should be done about 13, but it's not like he's the first one. Personally, I'm right in the middle, and, I mean, I'm not here out of choice, and we're messing with human life here. Maybe Kowalski's right, just a bit. Over? Sloan, it's not his opinion on 13. It's just, he's always just sort of rubbed me the wrong way. Look, given the chance, I'd probably quit this shitty job and do something else. I don't really care what happens to 13, but Kowalski? Come on. Does he need to be here? Does he? He could be totally unemployed. I mean, he's got money. So why is he sticking around? Over. Sean, just stop. Sorry. McClellan, you're making some dangerous accusations here, okay? I can't help but get the feeling that this has something to do with 2. Yes, Sloan, I'm telling you, Kowalski wigged the 2 experiment. McClellan, get it together, sir. Kowalski is perfectly fine, man. I don't know why you have it out for him. I can tell you that because we're friends, right? And besides, I didn't call to talk about Kowalski. I called to ask if you're going to investigate the radio disturbance on 3rd Street. Over. Well, yeah, but, I don't see the point. The 13 is causing disturbances all over. None of them particularly close to where she is, too. Over. Yeah, but maybe someone's been listening into us. I mean, usually 13 sends out larger disturbances than that. You never know, and that's the last thing we need. Over. Okay, I get it. Over and out.
Now, I'm a bit concerned because they mentioned a radio disturbance on my street, which could very well have been caused by either me or a neighbour listening to them. Also, if there's one thing I learned from that conversation, it's that 13 isn't the only one in existence, seeing as they mentioned 2. But calling 13 an anomaly like in the previous update or the one before that, whichever it was, it makes me think that she has something the others are missing. I've also noticed that the weather has calmed down somewhat. I haven't heard anything but light rain coming from up above. Judging from that, as well as the conversation between Sloane and McClellan, I think this might be called off soon. I hope at least. I think 13 is going to get found today. I really do. I'm really tired, even though it's early, because I barely slept last night, so I'm going to take a small nap. I'll wait to post this when I get up. So, I just woke up about 2 hours, or maybe 3 hours later, and the alert on my phone is now all weird. Like, it's lettered randomly, capitalized every now and then, like some cliche ransom letter or something. I'm just assuming it's a glitch, but still, it's a bit weird. It's a little later now, and I'm officially out of food except for 3 granola bars now and a single sleeve of saltines. Oh, and 1 bottle of water too. This basement, it smells like dog waste and BO, and man, I want out. Oh, and guys, the alert changed again. Now it's totally empty except for the headline, Emergency Alert, and a URL. I really have a bad feeling about it, seeing as it's probably a virus, but practically squatting in a basement with just dogs to talk to, a phone that can only fully charge once more given the status of my power banks, and storing waste in Ziploc bags. I decided to just say fuck it, and I clicked the link. It took me to a really weird site. It's just a black screen, totally black except for the Google bar thingy and some white text. To me, it looks a bit like a transcript, maybe. This is what it says. The O13 experiment. Notes. The subject is very uncooperative. The subjects refuse to eat. Subject seems to display unique traits, possibly anomaly. Day 1. Whitefield. Good evening, young lady. My name is Professor Whitefield. 13. Burn in hell. Whitefield. Now, let's not get off to a bad start. Let us try again. My name is Professor Whitefield, and yours? 13. Fuck you. Whitefield. Clicks tongue. Dear, they did tell me that you weren't very cooperative. It's a shame, but I suppose that I haven't brought you here to sip tea. I'm here to tell you that you're a very special young woman, and not in the way that every child is special. No, you can do things with your mind, can't you? 13 shakes head. My mind can do things with me. I can't control it. Keep me here any longer and my mind may just slip over your throat. Whitefield turns to observer. Shock her. 13 cries out in agony as electricity courses through her. Stop. Whitefield. My name is Professor Whitefield, and you are? 13. Elizabeth Keller. Whitefield smiles. Says perfect. Now I would love to stay and chat, but I'll allow you to get acquainted with your new quarters. 13 is locked in her cell. 13, let me out. Struggles to keep her voice calm. Let me out. Let me go. Open the door. Open the door. Then it says, Day 2, Whitefield. Why, hello, child. Elizabeth, was it? 13, Elizabeth, yes. Whitefield. So it was. Skims through papers. Were you by any chance related to Mrs. Annie Keller? 13. No. Whitefield. No relation. 13. None. Whitefield. Any notable relations? 13. No. Whitefield. None. 13. I already told you. No, you bastard. Whitefield. I advise you not to take that kind of tone with me. 13 is shocked again. 13 grimaces. Why are you keeping me here? Whitefield. I have my reasons. Children like you aren't easy to come by. Now, you've been known to cause thunderstorms upon getting angry, correct? 13. Yes. Whitefield. And I've been told that you cannot control this. If you get angry, nothing can be done. Theoretically, Theoretically, of course, if kept in the right type of structure, it may be contained. But I digress. Anyway, tell me, Miss Keller, are you familiar with me? Do you know who I am? 13. Yes, you're the head of the local police. Whitefield. That's what the people have been told. No, you see, we aren't police. This town has no true police. No, the people who run this town and enforce the law work for me, but they're no police. We are the MEW Foundation. That stands for Mentally Engineered Weapon. Have you figured out what you're here for? 13. Why can't you just let me go? Am I going to die here? Whitefield. Relax. The 12 before you fated very well. I do not see why you should be any different. Everything after that was just all corrupted, and I think maybe they found out that it was leaked and tried to erase it or something. But how and why did it leak in the first place? I can't help but think that maybe it was 13 in some bazaar to attempt to expose the MEW Foundation. Anyway, I'm going to go now, and I'll keep you guys posted until the next update. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye. Hey guys, so there hadn't been a sound from outside in more than a couple of hours when I decided to go upstairs again. My power is still out and my phone's battery isn't getting any fuller, but I don't think I'll be in the basement much longer. I even considered letting the dogs outside, but I'm not rushing into anything. So I went upstairs and looked out the window, and the girl that I had seen was crouched on my front steps, wet from the dying rain and extremely thin from malnourishment. I still felt a shudder travel up my spine upon seeing her, but I felt that she had lost some of her ability to just fill me with fear. I mean, I now knew who she was, assuming that I could trust the transcript from the alert message. So, I knocked 3 times on my front door. Through the glass part of the door, I could see her stand up and turn around. She looked at me, silently pleading, and I did what you guys have been warning me against doing this whole time. I let her in. She walked in without saying a word and just walked past me and looked around. I asked her if she was hungry, and I noticed that my voice was dry from barely speaking for several days. She turned to me and nodded. Knowing full well that I didn't have much to spare, I opened a cabinet and took out a bag of marshmallows. She tore it open and began eating it faster than I could imagine. Funny, I don't even like marshmallows. That's why I never took them downstairs in the first place. I filled up a cup of water from the tap, an ability that I had previously forgotten I possessed, and put it in front of her. She downed it in one gulp. Hey, did you change my alert message? I asked. She nodded. Have you been hearing what I have on the radio? She nodded again. They aren't cops. I noticed that her voice was raspy. She probably rarely spoke. Yeah, I figured. Are you trying to run from them? Yes. Okay, I said. Well, you can stay here for now. Do you have a house? I'm a dumbass, by the way. No. Family? She shook her head, and I walked over to the door and closed it. Hey, did you kill my neighbor? I asked. Yeah, but, he tried to hurt me. I didn't want to. I told him to stop, but he had a shotgun. So, you went to him for help? Okay, how long have they been keeping you locked up for? She shrugged. Well, it was 2014 when they got me. 4 years. Shit. Okay, well, I can help you. I don't know if these people work for the government or not, but if they don't, I can have them arrested and put away for good. If they are, well, I don't know then. Thank you. I'm just about out of food, though, I said. I'm going to go and get some from my neighbor. He won't need it anymore where he's gone, right? Okay. Just, help yourself to whatever, alright? I left my house despite every warning that I had been given, and went across the street. I pushed open my neighbor's door and went inside and stepped over his body. His neck was turned at an awkward angle, and a shotgun was lying next to him. I picked it up, cleared the chamber, put the shells in my pocket, and decided to keep it in case the MEW Foundation came a knocking. I stuffed the big pouch on the front of my hoodie full of food and left, placing a washcloth over his eyes. At 13, Liz, Betty, Beth, Lizzie, just Elizabeth, whatever, she was passed out on my couch. I put a blanket over her and put some of my old clothes next to her. Then, I locked the door and went back downstairs with my dogs. I turned on the radio and waited to get a signal from MEW, and it only took about 5 minutes.
Kowalski? Yes, over. Hey, this is McClellan. Sloan and I are headed to 3rd Street. Wanted to check the status on the radio disturbance examinations. Over. Well, they were coming from, I want to say, house number 9? Over. Interesting. Well, we'll be sure to pay a visit. It looks like this may be finally over. Over. I don't know, man. What if 13's escape gave the others ideas? I mean, the entire town project may be compromised. Over. They know nothing about it. Those clones are idiots, Kowalski. Except 13. She's the exception, but that's probably because she's from a different person. At least from what I can gather. I never saw 14 or 26. Over. They're not idiots, McClellan. They're just uneducated, okay? Over. Yeah, you say that, but what about 2? Strange things that went on, huh? That one, though, man. That was the dumbest of all. Over. Say what you want. I have my own opinion, and I happen to think the clone should be treated fairly. And 2? That was unfortunate, to say the least. Over. I'll say. Didn't 2, die? Just out of the blue, right? McClellan, what are you getting at? Nothing. Over. Hey, what happened that day anyway? If I remember correctly, you got knocked out for a little while, yeah? Over. Well, I was working with 2, and he came up behind me and hit me, and then everything just went black. Over. Okay, Kowalski. Why are you here, man? You don't need this job. Over. I made a promise to Whitefield. I can't break it. Over. What kind of promise? If I remember correctly, you didn't want to be here at first. Over. Irrelevant, McClellan. Over and out.
After that, the channel just went silent. I went back upstairs to find 13 awake. Hey, did you ever meet McClellan and Kowalski, Sloan, Jones, any of those guys? I asked. Yeah, all but Jones. Do you know why they hate Kowalski so much? I asked. Well, because of the 2 experiment, she said. Did he mess it up? I asked. She furrowed her brow. Well, no, she said. Well, they think so, but I know what really happened because I stole the master file. Do the other people on the radio know about it? I asked. Just Kowalski, because in a way he's just like me. How so? Well, take a look at the file. It has the names of all the people used for the cloning process. She took a black binder out of her t-shirt and handed it to me. Here. I opened it up, and on the front page there were 4 columns. In the first column was 001 to 006, the second 007 to 012, the third 013, she was the only one not adapted from another person, and the fourth 014 to 026. At the top of every column was a name: Michael Kowalski, Sean, and then something ineligible. On the third column, Elizabeth Keller, and under that was the number 1, Henry, withheld out of respect. This is the boy who drowned and was declared dead later on. Kowalski was the person used to make 001 to 006, Elizabeth said. Was? Well, during the 2 experiment, he was attacked from behind. 2 killed him and assumed his job. His life, everything. He said the dead one was him, too, and not the original. I said so, but nobody believes me, and I didn't care anyway. Why would I? Kowalski's almost as dangerous as me, but I think he's like-minded. Are you okay? I gulped. My name is Sean. As of now, we're waiting on edge for McClellan and Sloane to arrive, me holding a shotgun in hand and Elizabeth holding her powers in her mind. Until next time, I guess, assume that we're still alive. So, upon further studying this book, guys, I found that it names everyone in this town as pending cloning subjects. Apparently, in this town, they must take samples of your blood at birth or something. We're all ready to be cloned, but only a few already have. Hey guys, so she knows it and I know it too. This is just not going to work forever. The people at MEW will never stop looking for her until she's found. Sure, I could take care of McClellan, Sloane, Jones, Kowalski, if necessary, but I'm certain that they have more manpower, and who knows, that the other experiments might not be as kind as Liz. We just gave the radio a try, and there was nothing much, really, but we now have a time frame for the arrival of the officers.
Kowalski, Sloane here. Over. Sloane, hey, have you and McClellan left for the city yet? Over. Yeah, we'll be there in about 2 hours, I'd say. Over. I just left as well. I'll be there in 1.5 hours. Over. Well, tell us where you have and have not searched when we get there, okay? We need to shut this down today. Over. And Jones? Has he left? Over. Not yet. He probably won't be there for another 3 or so. Anyway, take care. Over and out.
The dogs are safely locked away in my basement for now, but I'm trying to convince my brother to take them to his house until things just blow over. I've told him about Liz being a normal person, and he didn't believe me at first, but I think he's coming around. Right now, she's wearing a grey hoodie of mine over jeans, a dark red Converse, and a white marble t-shirt with a black Venom insignia. I don't think they'll be able to identify her without giving her a second glance. A lot of you guys have been asking about the gun I found across the street. I did a little research, and the closest lookalike I found on Google Images was a Remington 870. I checked around my neighbour's house for more shells like some of you suggested, but I found about 4 more, I think, plus 2 more full power banks. I didn't do a very thorough check, though, because we're on a bit of a deadline right now. But, okay, my brother just got back to me. He's going to take the dogs. He's still confused, but he'll totally back me up if I need him to, an officer's friendly smile and joyful show up. I'm not worried about running out of shells. If need be, Liz can probably make their heads explode or something anyway, but I'd rather she didn't have to, because that would be difficult to explain to the authorities. I'm not too worried about running out of shells, because if need be, well, Liz can probably make their heads explode or something. But I'd rather she didn't have to, because, well, that would be difficult to explain to the authorities. Especially when the authorities know about 13 and are the ones that I'm getting ready to fight. I really can't see more than one update after this. I mean, I think by the end of today that it's going to be all over. I hope Liz makes it out okay, but it'll be a hell of a lot of work to keep them from her. If she's to be free, either everyone in MEW must die, or she'll have to go on the run for real. In Mexico, maybe, or Canada or something. Canada's closer, so that, I guess, before Mexico. Although, maybe if Whitefield dies, the others will leave her alone. I don't know. It's been about 45 minutes since we listened to the radio, and Kowalski should be here in about 45 more. Liz had a bright idea too. What if we left a note for him? So, we found some sidewalk chalk in the basement, and we took it out to the street and wrote 2 in large letters. But when the others show up, either we can wash it off with a hose or with some rain, courtesy of Liz. But I think it's a good idea. I mean, what if Kowalski wants to fight just a little as we do? Okay, so 15 more minutes have passed and I'm actually getting really anxious now. I think we should do one more sweep for supplies or something. Yeah, I think I'm going to quickly do that. So, we went back across the street and picked up a machete and a small revolver. I put the revolver in my pocket for now. I might need to give it to Liz even though I doubt she'll need it, and I put the machete on my back. I don't know why all the other neighbors are being quiet. Should I give them a warning? I asked Liz if she killed them too, but she said no. My brother showed up for the dogs, and this was the gist of the conversation. Holy fuck, Sean. What? I asked him. You aren't enlisting in the military, you know. You don't need a fucking arsenal. You want one? I asked. Fuck no. I'm serious, I said. You might need it. These people, they're going to check all the houses on the block probably. I'm good, man, he said, turning to Liz. So, you're the one who kept walking around outside? Yeah, Liz replied. What's going on, man? He asked me. Are we involved in some messed up government experiment or some shit? Well, frankly, yes, I told him. Hey, you got our back, right? Of course, he said. But I better not go to jail for this, buddy. Jim, just calm your ass, I said, motioning for him to calm down. Just take the dogs to your place, okay? Maybe come back here and just be ready for a fight, alright? Okay, he said, calming down slightly. Alright, well, hurry up, I said, and he ran into the basement to get the dogs. A few minutes later, he was pulling out of the driveway. Your brother seems nice, Liz said. He's an ass, but you'll get used to it. 15 minutes before go, and he comes back. I handed him the machete when he refused the revolver, and I offered the revolver to Liz, but she said that she wouldn't need it. I agreed with her. I have my kitchen knife too in my other pocket, and we all had one of those actually. Also, I forgot to mention that the revolver had a full cylinder. Okay, 5 minutes to go and Kowalski should be passing by. I'm really nervous now, but I should be okay, I think. I don't think he'll be a problem, right? Alright, Kowalski showed up and I'm looking through the window at him. He's looking at the chalk message and he looks like he's getting worried or nervous or confused or whatever. Oh shit, he just saw me. Okay, I'm back and I went outside with the shotgun in my hand and he took several steps back, his hands up. I questioned him a little and he admitted to killing the real Kowalski. Then Liz came out and we checked him and took a handgun off of him. I'll try to find out what kind it was, and I took him into the basement to tie him up. He's currently sitting across from us, bound and gagged, and my brother pale as a sheet. We just kidnapped a guy, for fuck's sake, he muttered. Well, we're probably about to kill a few more, I said, so buckle up. I noticed the insignia on his rappel, MEW, written in white against the dark grey fabric of his shirt. I decided to go wait behind my dead neighbour's house for McClellan and Sloan. Liz and my brother, Jim, I don't know if I said his name yet or not, waited at the house. Okay, they're here now. They just got out of the car, but there's 4 of them. McClellan is a guy of average height and brown hair, moderately built, and Sloan is a slightly short woman with black hair and a ponytail. The other 2 are both tall and average build, one with blonde hair and one with black, both male. But one of the big guys just came my way. Sloan and McClellan are walking into my house's general area, and the other big guy's walking down the street away from me. I'm going to put my phone down for now, okay? Holy shit, guys. I just shot the guy. He came around and saw me, and before he could take out his gun, I shot him with the shotgun. McClellan and the other big guy were both in houses, but Sloan was outside, so she saw him fall down, although they probably all heard the shotgun. My ears are ringing, and I stood up and got ready to run, shaky from the fact that I now had this man's blood metaphorically on my hands. I shot at Sloane but missed, and she caught up with me as I was running, and I shot her in the thigh and she fell over but sat up and started shooting at me. McClellan must have decided to stay put, and the big guy was nowhere to be seen, so I crouched down behind the nearest house, Sloane crying out in pain. Why? She asked me. She was looking at me angrily and said, "You asshole too." I said to her that you can't have 13 and I know what you're doing in this place. She said that she was a police officer, but I said then, why does your shirt say MEW and why do you keep saying over on the radio? She said that all cops say over, and I used to think so too, I said to her, and she said, I don't care if 13 gets captured, but I need to do my job. I said to them that I'm giving you an out, stay quiet, lay low, and let me take care of it. She was looking behind me, and I turned around as a big guy came down around the corner with the house with his gun held out. I took out my knife and stuck it in his shoulder, and he fell over, and I got him, sticking it between his ribs. I said to him that I don't want to do this, and he fell limp, and I looked at Sloane. I said that if you can't call them off, then nothing can be done, and if it's something that can be stopped, then stop it. Through her radio, I heard a voice.
This is Professor Whitefield to Officer Sloane. I'll be there shortly with Jones, in due time. Over.
I took the shotgun and hit her with the barrel, and I knocked her unconscious. My head is swimming, guys. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So guys, this is the last one for sure. For some of you, this is good news, but for me, it might be too. A lot has happened since I last updated you guys. To make things easier, I'll try and pick up from where I left off. So, Sloane's walkie-talkie continued to crackle after she slumped over on the ground, but no more words came through. I took out my phone and called Jim, and this is what was said.
Sean? Hey, what happened?
I just killed 2 of them, man, and one of them is out cold, I said, shakily.
Fuck. What did you do that for, man?
I didn't have a choice, I said. They jumped me, man. But that's not what I called for. Tell Liz that Whitefield's on the way.
The fuck?
Just tell her, okay? And how's Kowalski doing?
All right, I suppose. Considering that he's tied up.
Okay, just stay put, okay? I'm going to see if I can find McClellan. I hung up the phone and put it in my pocket, strafing around the house, my eyes scanning for any sign of McClellan. Sloane? Someone called from somewhere to my left. It must have been McClellan. I remained silent and looked around for the source of his voice.
Hey, I estimate that we'll be there within about 15 minutes.
Whitefield said curtly through Sloane's radio.
Over.
Fuck, I muttered. Sloane? McClellan repeated. You all right? I sprinted across the backyard and crouched behind a bird fountain. Sloane, hello? I could hear his voice getting closer, and finally, I could see him nervously inching closer to me. I stood up to move, and his eyes locked onto mine. He drew his pistol and fired. The bullet whirred by my shoulder and I ran, cocking the shotgun and firing it in McClellan's direction. I missed and he came running at me. I cocked the gun again and fired, but only a few balls of bird shit landed on his left arm. Fuck! He cried, clutching his arm. Stop running, you fucker! Get out of here, I said. I know what you're trying to do here. Oh yeah? And what will you do about it? Kill me? Kill fucking Whitefield? Good luck with that one, pal. What did you do to Sloane? She's unconscious, I said. But alive. At least until you put down the fucking gun. You're one to talk, he said. Drop it. I lowered my gun and he lowered his. You're treading on thin ice, prick, he said. If you don't stop, you're going to have to face Whitefield in the flesh, and you'll find that he isn't as understanding as me. Now where are Maloney and Schmidt and Kowalski? The big guys? I asked. Dead. Kowalski too. I'm sorry, they drew on me. Oh, you fucker, McClellan said, raising his gun again. How do I know you're telling the truth? I know where 13 is, but I won't tell you because I know what's going on in that place. I read the transcript of the first couple of days that 13 was in there. The fuck did you get that? He asked. It got put on some bullshit emergency alert message. If I had to guess, she put it there to discredit you guys. Listen, man, whatever you read, you have to believe me. 13 is dangerous, okay? Well, it's not like you aren't. Look, kid, put your gun down. I won't hurt you, but you need to let me know where 13 is, okay? I am not dropping my gun, I said. But she's in there. I pointed to my dead neighbor's house. For real? He asked. You're not playing with me? No, I said. I'm being honest, okay? All right, he said. He turned around to enter the house. Okay, I'm trusting you here. I nodded. Be careful, man. I know what I'm doing, okay? While his back was turned, I quietly started backing away. You know what? McClellan asked. I'm not going to turn my back on a guy with a gun in his hands, okay? So, why don't you put that shit down, huh? Okay, I said, dropping the shotgun. Thank you, McClellan said in exasperation, turning around again as I continued to back up. Now you stay put, so I don't have to do something rash, alright? Yeah, okay, I said, continuing to back up. You hear that? He asked, turning around. Huh? I asked. I listened for the noise in question, and I found it. Tires on gravel. I turned around, and I saw a car pulling into a driveway 3 houses down from my house. That's probably Whitefield, McClellan said. I advise you to act on your best behavior, kid, else you're going to have a bad time, alright? McClellan? Said a man in the passenger seat of the car as he opened his door. Who's the kid? Civilian, McClellan said. Killed the others, except Sloan. Ah, fuck. McClellan, you're not cuffing him? What's going on here? Whitefield asked, exiting the vehicle. I studied Jones and Whitefield. Whitefield was tall with long grey hair and a slightly wrinkled face. Jones was tall as well, but with short cropped hair and a strong jaw. He's saying his kid killed the others, boss. Listen, McClellan said. He says 13's hiding over there. He pointed to the house that I had tipped him off on. Whitefield closed his eyes, focusing, and it seemed on something. But then he said no. What? Jones asked. You lying? McClellan asked me. No, I said. I swear. Yes, you are, Whitefield said, opening his eyes and pointing to my house. I can sense her from this distance, and she's in there. Well, I said, I thought that she was in the other one. McClellan, came a voice from in the distance. Jones, Whitefield. Sloan, I thought. Fuck. Jones ran off towards Sloan's cries, and Whitefield and McClellan, they turned to face me. So, McClellan said, this kid said that he knows about MEW. Does he? Whitefield asked. Well, something will have to be done, won't it? Give me his gun. Sir, are you certain? McClellan asked. Yes, McClellan. Now give me his gun. We don't have all day. The sweepers will be here soon to wipe out the town, and the copies will be placed shortly thereafter. Now give me that gun. But, sir, he may be of some assistance. You know, with the cloning and all? He knows too much to live, Whitefield said as my heart pounded in my chest. Pick it up and give it to me. McClellan swallowed hard and bent over to pick up the gun. He grasped it in his hands and stood straight up again. Fine then. With a crash, my living room window exploded across the street, bursting into a million tiny fragments and sending long, jagged blades of glass just soaring through the air. One slashed through McClellan's neck, bringing him to his knees, and then to his stomach as blood spurted from the cut. Another lodged itself firmly into Whitefield's back. Well, Whitefield said as McClellan writhed on the ground. That's unfortunate. I bent down and pried my gun from McClellan's hands, trying to ignore his gurgling, and I aimed it at Whitefield. I pulled the trigger and the birdshot erupted into his body. "You insufferable child!" he cried, turning to face my house as he pulled the glass out of his back. "Escaping the lab will be the last thing you ever did. And you?" He turned to me. "Why don't you give me that gun?" The bullet holes in his body were beginning to cover themselves. I fired again, and this time face met lead. The skin gone, giving away to bone and muscles. He said, "Give me that gun, you fuck." With a flick of the wrist, he beckoned the gun towards him, and it left my hands for his. "Now, boy, you will meet your literal maker." He cocked the gun and prepared to fire. 13 ran out of my open doorway before the door hit the wall and reached out for the telephone pole. It uprooted itself and went flying at Whitefield. It cracked over his head and fell onto the ground in 2 pieces. He moved the barrel of the gun away from me and fired at 13. Liz fell to the pavement in tatters. "You fucking asshole!" I shouted. "What?" he asked. "Did you really think that you were going to win? You along with, let me guess, your brother and a runaway freak? Please. We have more power than you could ever dream of. And you owe everything that you have, ironically, to us anyway. We are responsible for your creation. Every single one of you, all using the same original entity as a base. Even I owe everything to the immeasurable Zero." I reached for my kitchen knife and found it in my pocket. I took hold of it in a reverse grip and ran blindly forward. "Don't you understand?" he asked, pushing me onto the ground with his mind. "This story has no happy ending." He took my knife and threw it over his shoulder, blood still pouring from the holes in his head. "I could kill you, you know, but I want you to see what I mean. You'll see the sweepers come through. You'll see how they erase this town completely. It'll be as though it never existed. And then a week or so later, the clones will take over, and nobody will know the difference." I tried to sit up, but he kicked me in the chest and sent me onto my back. "Goodbye, Sean. You will not be missed. Jones, get Sloan. Let's get out of here. The deed is done." I stood only when their car was leaving the block, and I limped towards my house, stepping over Liz's lifeless body and knocking on the basement door. "Jim, get the dogs. We need to leave now." People were starting to leave their homes when we left, and I advised them to evacuate. Many of them did, and the others, as of me writing this, are probably mostly dead or imprisoned. We've been on the road since we left, and we managed to get into the next state, so far. We took the dogs and unnecessary items, as well as a few small luxuries and stuff. We're both totally messed up from what happened, and we haven't mentioned Liz once since leaving. There won't be any more updates after this, because this is definitely going to be the last one. Thank you all for listening to this. I know it fell apart towards the end, but it is what it is. I don't know what comes next, but I know that it won't be easy. The alert was also finally taken off of my phone, for a while that is. While sitting in a Wendy's parking lot though and waiting for Jim to get back, I received another alert, and this one was different to say the least.
Emergency alert. I'm informally issuing an emergency alert for the following counties. Citizens should be wary of all government officials. The town will be swept for survivors with clear memories of recent events. Nobody is safe here. I advise you all leave as soon as you can. Do not talk to any police officers if their uniforms are marked MEW. They are not police officers. Effective indefinitely. Do not go to these counties. It is not safe there. I wish you all good lives and bid you adieu. For as long as you remember this, assume that I'm alive.
Guys, I just got out to use the bathroom, and when I got back, there was a full box of Thin Mints in the back seat. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. So before the episode begins, I would just like to say a huge thank you to Castbox for helping me make the Castbox original, Be Scared, which is produced along with Studio 71. Now, Castbox is the fastest growing, highest rated podcast app on both iOS and Android, and you can find all of your favourite podcasts there. Personally, I think Castbox is the best podcasting platform out there, and I hope you guys check it out because I think you'll be surprised at just how much variety they have and how user-friendly their app is. Anyway guys, thanks for listening, and without further ado, let's begin.
Hello? Is anybody here? There has to be someone here. Not good.
David! Marvin! You there?
Hello? Is anybody here? There has to be someone here. Not good.
David! Marvin! You there? I found a way out! It's in here! Send reinforcements! East hallway!
I gotta find that guy. Jesus.
Open up! Hurry! Open up! Open this goddamn door!
I'll get you out!
Help me! Please!
Give me your hand.
Help me!
I got you. Give me your other hand! Jesus Christ. Jesus! They're everywhere! Come on. God damn it! Watch out!
You're safe. For now.
Thanks.
Marvin Branagh.
Leon Kennedy. There was another off strike. I couldn't...
Here. I'm sure you did what you could, Leon.
Does anyone know what started this?
Not a clue. But honestly, all you need to know is that this place will eat you alive if you aren't careful.
Yeah, well, I was supposed to start last week, and I got a call to stay away. I wish I'd come here sooner.
You're here now, Leon. That's all that matters.
Okay, Lieutenant? I'm ready.
Hopefully you'll be able to find a way out of this station. That officer you met earlier, Elliot. He thought this secret passageway might do the trick.
This is good news. We can get you to a hospital.
No, I am not the priority here.
Lieutenant, I'm not just gonna leave you here.
I'm giving you an order, rookie. You save yourself first. I'd come with you, but I'd just slow you down. Now, you'll need this.
I can't take him.
Stop. And don't make my mistake. If you see one of those things, uniform or not, you do not hesitate. You take it out, or you run. Got it?
Yes, sir. not how I imagined my first day.
What in the...
Leon, it's Marvin. I need you back here ASAP.
Are you okay, Marvin?
I've got something to show you. It's important.
Copy that. I'll be right there. Fucking hell. What the fuck?
There you are. Come here. Take a look.
Yes! I knew she'd make it.
Oh, you know her?
Yeah. Name's Claire. I came into town with her.
You can get to that courtyard. Through the second floor. East side.
I'm on it. Thanks, Lieutenant. I want to find out what's happening here.
She's the one at Umbrella responsible for unleashing the virus.
Seems to be evolving much faster than expected. You gotta be kidding me.
God only knows what's down here.
What the hell?
It'll be all over soon.
I'll get you, you fucker!
Ada!
Sherry, I'm coming!
I'm not handing over anything!
Jesus Christ! Who's that? You don't know what you're up against.
The whole place is coming down.
That's a pretty damn good idea.
This is Hunk from Alpha Team.
Man, I thought you were all wiped out.
Ah, しんど。
A Shattered Life by M59 Gar. I don't know when you're going to listen to this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came for me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for a lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, there were no trees. Where it crept closer, there was no grass. Through the arc, it leapt at me. There was no breeze of motion. There was no air at all. As it struck, I felt the distinct sensation of claws puncturing me somewhere unseen, somewhere that I'd never felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso, they all seemed fine, and I wasn't bleeding. But I knew that I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that I was less. I was vaguely tired, and it was hard to focus at times. The solution at that early stage was easy. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. For a while, that subtle drain on my spirit became lost in the ebb and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say that my life began that week, actually, because that was when I met Ma. She and I got along great, though, to be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we even met. It was almost as if the strong emotions of that first week made the entity fight back. It was still with me, latched onto some invisible part of my being. The first few incidents were minor, and I hardly worried about them. The colour of a neighbour's car changed from dark blue to black one morning, and I stared at it before shaking my head and shrugging off the difference. And 2 days later, at work, my co-worker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said that his name had always been Dan. I figured that I'd just been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as this sounds, I was peeing in my bathroom at home when I suddenly found myself on a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down and urinating, but now in full view of a dozen people at a bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Ma showed up that evening, but she had her own key. "Hey," I asked her with confusion, "how'd you get a key?" She just laughed. "You're cute. Are you sure you're okay with this?" She opened a door and entered a room full of boxes. I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating 3 months. Living together? I'd literally just met her the week before. The thing was, my mother had always called me a smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap, and instead of causing a scene, I told her everything was fine, and then I just went to my room and began investigating. My things were just as I had left them, with no sign of a 3-month gap in habitation. But I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily as I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature would consume pieces of one's soul like that? I'd missed the most exciting part of a new relationship, and I would never understand any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something absurdly precious had been taken away from me, and I was furious. That fury helped suppress the entity. I never imbibed alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up, for 3 years. I managed to live each day while observing nothing more than minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, that sort of thing. The layout of nearby streets, the time my favourite television show aired, that kind of thing. Always, those changes reminded me that the creature still had its claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years did I ever let myself zone out. But one day, I grew careless. I let myself get really into the season final of my favourite show. It was gripping, a fantastic story. And right at the height of the action, a young boy came up to my lounger and shook my arm. Surprised, I asked, who are you? How did you get in here? He laughed and smiled brightly. Silly Daddy. My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few masked questions, I discovered that he was 2 years old, and that he was my son. The agony and heartache filling my chest was nearly unbearable. Not only had I missed the birth of my son, I would never see or know the first years of his life. Ma and I had obviously gotten married and started a family in the time I'd lost, and I had no idea what joys or pains those years contained. It was snowing outside. Holding my sudden son in my lap, I sat and watched the flakes fall outside. What kind of life was this going to be if slips in concentration could cost me years? I had to get help. The church had no idea what to do. The priests didn't even believe me and told me that I had health issues rather than some sort of possession. The doctors didn't have any clue. Nothing showed up on all their scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. By the time that I ran out of options, I'd decided to just tell Ma. There was no way to know what this all looked like from her side. What was I like when I wasn't there? Did I still take our son to school? Did I still do my job? Clearly, I did, because she seemed to be none the wiser. But I still had a horrible feeling that something must have been missing in her life when I wasn't actually home inside my own head. But the night I set up a nice dinner in preparation, she arrived not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. I answered and found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised by the settings on the table. A fancy dinner for a second date? I knew you were sweet on me. Thank the Lord that I knew when to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone on about being married and having a son, she might have run for the hills. Instead, I took her coat and sat down for a second date. Through carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating whole portions of my life. The symptoms, as I was beginning to understand them, were more like the consequences of a shattered soul. The creature had wounded me, had broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went for a few years, from my perspective. While minor changes in politics or geography would happen daily, major shifts in my mental location only happened every couple of months. When I found myself in a new place and time in life, I just shut up and listened. and making sure to get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. On the farthest flung leap yet, I met my 6-year-old grandson, and I asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, and he said writer. I told him that was a fine idea. Then, I was back in month 2 of my relationship with Ma, and I had the best night with her on the riverfront. And when I say the best, I mean the best. Knowing how special that she would become to me, I asked her to move in. I got to live through what I'd missed the first go around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would always be there, eventually. When we were moving boxes in, she stopped for a moment and said that she marveled at my great love, as if I'd known her for a lifetime and never once doubted that she was the one. That was the first time I'd truly laughed freely and wholeheartedly since the entity had wounded me. She was right about my love for her, but for exactly the reason that she'd considered a silly romantic analogy. I had known her for my whole life, and I'd come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. It wasn't so bad to have sneak peeks at all the best parts ahead. But, of course, I wouldn't be sharing this if it hadn't have gotten worse. The entity was still with me. It had not wounded me and departed like I wanted to believe. The closest I can describe my growing understanding was that the creature was burrowing deeper into my psyche, fracturing into smaller pieces. Instead of months between major shifts, I began having only weeks. Once I noticed that trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be to jump between times in my life, heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused and forever lost. Only an instant each time meant that I would never be able to speak with anyone else, and never be able to hold a conversation, and never express or receive love even. As the true depth of that fear came upon me, I sat in an older version of me and watched the snow falling outside. That was the one constant in my life. The weather didn't care who I was or what pains I had to face. Nature was always there. The falling snow was always like a little hook that kept me in place. The pure emotional peace it brought was like a panacea on my mental wounds. And I'd never yet shifted while watching the pattern of falling white and thinking of times that I'd gone sledding or built snow forts as a child. A teenager touched my arm. Grandpa? He'd startled me out of my thoughts, so I was less careful than usual. Who are you? He half grinned, as if not sure whether I was joking. Handing me a stack of papers, he said, "It's my first attempt at a novel, and would you read it and tell me what you think?" Ah, of course. Pursuing that dream of being a writer, I see. He burned bright red. Well, trying to anyway. All right, run off. I'll read it now. The words were blurry and annoyed. I looked for glasses that I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year, but not before I read this book. I found my glasses in a sweater pocket and began leafing through. Ma putted in and out of the living room. Still beautiful, but I had to focus. I didn't know how much time that I would actually have there. G'day mates. So, I just wanted to take a quick break before the second half of the story to thank all of you guys for listening to Be Scared. If you're a new listener, welcome to the Hive. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults and a couple of kids that I didn't recognize tromped through the hallway, and I saw my son, and now an adult, walk by with his wife on the way out of the door. As a group, the extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story and I called out for my grandson. He rushed down the stairs and into the living room. So, how was it? Well, it's terrible, I told him truthfully. But it's terrible for all the right reasons. You're still a young man, so your characters behave like young people. But the structure of the story itself is very solid. I paused. I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story, though. He nodded. Yeah, so it's a reflection of the times. Expectations for the future are dismal. Not hopeful like they used to be. You're far too young to be aware like that, I told him, and an idea occurred to me. Well, if you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures? Sure. I've read everything that I can. I love it. Warily, I scanned the entrances to the living room. Everyone was busy outside. For the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. In hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. For a teenager, he actually took it well. You're actually serious? Yes, I am. He donned the determined look of a grown man accepting a quest. I'll look into it, see what I can find out, okay? But you should start writing down everything you experience, okay? Build some data. Maybe we can map your psychic wound. Sounds like a plan. I was surprised, to say the least. That actually made sense, and I hadn't expected him to have a serious response like that. But how will I get all the notes in one place? Let's come up with somewhere for you to leave them, he said, frowning with thought. Then I'll get them, and we can trace the path you're taking through your own life. Let's see if there's a pattern or anything. For the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I actually felt hope again. Okay, well, how about under the stairs? Nobody ever goes under there. Yeah, good idea. He turned and left the living room. I peered after him and I heard him banging around near the stairs. Finally, he returned with a box, laid it on the carpet and opened it to reveal a bursting stack of papers. He exclaimed, "Holy crap!" But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap. Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock. Did I write those? He looked at me with wonder. Yeah, or you will at least. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this. He gazed back down at the papers, then covered the box. So, you probably shouldn't see what they say then. That could get weird. That much I understood. Yeah, right. There are like 50 boxes under there, all filled up like this. Deciphering these is gonna take a really long time. His tone dropped to deadly serious. But I'll save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can. Tears flowed down my cheeks then, and I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prisons of awareness until I finally met someone who understood. And then, just like that, I was young again, and at work on a random Tuesday. Once the sadness and relief faded, anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some paper and began writing. While the weeks shifted around me, with those weeks becoming days and then hours, I wrote every single spare moment about when and where I thought I was. I put them under the stairs out of order. My first box was actually the 30th, and my last box was the 1st. Once I had over 50 boxes written from my perspective, and once my shifting became a matter of minutes, I knew then that it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and just stopped looking. I couldn't stand the river of changing awareness any longer. Names and places and dates and jobs and colours and people were all wrong and different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man of at least 30 that I vaguely recognized entered the room. "Come on, I think I finally figured it out." I was so frail that moving was painful. "Are you him? Are you my grandson?" "Yes." He took me to a room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair facing a large mirror twice the height of a man. "How long have you worked on this?" I asked him, aghast. "Tell me that you didn't miss your life like I'm missing mine." His expression was both stone cold and furiously resolute. "It'll be worth it." He brought 2 thin metal rods close to my arm and then nodded at the mirror. "Look, this shock, it's carefully calibrated, okay?" The electric zap from his device was startling, but not painful. In the mirror, I saw a rapid arcing light silhouette appear above my head and shoulder. The electricity moved through the creature like a wave, briefly revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging, leech-like mouth was wrapped around the back of my head, coming down to my eyebrows and touching each ear, and its slug-like body ran over my shoulder and into my very soul. It was a parasite, and it was feeding on my mind. My now adult grandson held my hand as I took in the horror. After a moment, he asked, "Removing it is going to hurt really badly. Are you sure you're up for this?" Fearful, I asked, Is Ma here?" His face softened. No. Not for a few years now." I could tell from his reaction what had happened, but I didn't want it to be true. "How?" "We have this conversation a lot," he responded. Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel any better." Tears brimmed in my eyes. "Then I don't care if it hurts, or if I die. I don't want to stay in a time where she's not alive." He made a sympathetic noise of understanding, and then returned to his machine to hook several wires and other bits of technology to my limbs and forehead. While he did so, he talked. "I've worked for 2 decades to figure this out, and I've had a ton of help from other researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It's one of the lesser spawns of Ubu, and it feeds on the plexus of mind, soul, and quantum consciousness and reality. When details like names and colors of objects changed, you weren't going crazy. The web of your existence was merely losing strands as the creature ate its way through you." Obviously, I didn't fully understand. I looked up in confusion as he placed a circlet of electronics like a crown on my head, in exact line with where the parasite's mouth had ringed me. "What's Ubu?" He paused his work and grew pale. "I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me." After a deep breath, he began moving again and placed his fingers near a few stitches. You ready? This is carefully tuned to make your nervous system extremely unappetizing to the parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy. I could still see Ma smile, even though she was dead and I'd just been with her moments ago. Do it. The click of a switch echoed in my ears, and I almost laughed at how mild the electricity was. It didn't feel like anything, at least at first. But then I saw the mirror shaking, and my body within that image convulsing. Oh no, it did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful, in fact. It was just so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. As my vision shook and fire burned in every nerve in my body, I could see the reflected trembling light silhouette of the parasite on my head as it writhed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 clawed lizard-like limbs under its leech-like body, and it cut into me in an attempt to stay latched on. The electricity made my memories flare. Ma's smile was foremost, lit brightly in front of a warm fire as the snow fell past the window behind her. The edges of that memory began lining up, and I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness of it that had been fragmented by that feasting evil on my back. I'd never managed to be there for the birth of my son. I jumped around it a dozen times, but never actually lived it. And for the first time, I got to hold Ma's hand and be there with her. But then, that moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her hand as she laid in a hospital bed for a very different reason. Not this. Why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room, and I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I'd seen all the good parts, but I hadn't wanted the worst part, the inevitable end that all would one day face. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy was given back 10,000-fold as pain. The fire in my body and in my brain surged to sheer white torture, and I screamed. My scream faded into a surprised shout as the machines and electricity and chair faded away. Snow was no longer falling around my life. I was out in the woods on a bright summer day. Oh shit. I turned to see the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank on reality. It crept forward, just like before, but this time it hissed, and then turned away. I stood, astounded at being young again and freed from the parasite. My grandson, he'd actually done it. He'd made me an unappetizing meal, so the predator of mind and soul had moved on in search of a different snack. I returned home in a daze, and while I was sitting there processing all that had happened, the phone rang. I looked at it in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Majori, calling for the first time for some trivial reason she'd admit 30 years later was made up just to talk to me. But all I could see was her lying in that hospital bed, dying. It was all going to end in unspeakable pain and loneliness. I would become an old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house, his soulmate gone long before him. At the end of it all, the only thing that I would have left would be sitting and watching the falling snow. But now, thanks to my grandson, I would also have all of my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. On a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone and with a smile, I asked, "Hey, who's this?" Even though I already knew. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Thanks for tuning in to this week's episode of the Be Scared podcast. And please, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss next week's episode too. Also, it would be much appreciated if you could share this new podcast with your friends and family and on social media too. Thanks again for listening, guys, and I'll see you mates. G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. So before the episode begins, I would just like to say a huge thank you to Castbox for helping me make the Castbox original, Be Scared, which is produced along with Studio 71. Castbox is the fastest growing, highest rated appeared through the people. Box original, Be Scared, is growing of your favorite platform out there. And how user-friendly they are. Let's begin. Stuck by M59 Gar. When I first saw him standing out there on the sidewalk, I thought nothing of it. I certainly didn't think that he'd still be out there come September. I lingered at the window for just a moment, and I decided 26. Every area and all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there is always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend or sister went to the haunted house with 13 floors that used real blood and snakes and spiders, and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence, or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims, simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep them up with the changing times. And the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even... G'day mates, it's B-Buster 70 iOS and rap is. Let's begin. I found my old copy of my favorite childhood movie, and something's seriously wrong with it. Part 1, by Dopamine. I was never into Disney. Don't get me wrong, I love animated films, and I appreciate The Lion King as much as anybody. But I always found Disney G'day, mate. I'm an American-born woman, but my mother was born in South Africa, having immigrated in the 90s. Growing up, she always taught me to be on guard and to be extremely cautious. It was simple things, like driving up to the ATM at night. While my mum was using the machine, I had to look out of one window while my sister would look out of the other, so that we could see if someone was coming.
5.
This happened about a year ago. I was 22 and in my final year of college. I had been living in a loft apartment that was the 3rd floor of a house. 2 other couples lived in the apartments below me. I lived just off of campus in what's called a cusp neighborhood, which is basically a safer, just more family-orientated area, which was a mix of some college students as well as old people and families. Since my apartment was on the 3rd floor, the door I used was around back with 2 flights of stairs going up to my apartment door. Also, my bedroom was at the front of the house with 2 big windows that faced the street. One night, I was coming back from working on my thesis with a classmate at her apartment. It was late, around midnight, and I drove down my street to find parking. I lived at a cul-de-sac with a dead end, so I turned around when I didn't see parking and decided to park on the main street that ran perpendicular to mine. I had done this many times before and walked to my apartment late at night on multiple occasions and always felt safe. After I got out of the car and pulled my 2 heavy bags out, I noticed a man standing in the street where mine began. He was about 40 feet away and his face was sort of covered by shadow, but he was facing me and I could tell he was staring at me. He seemed to be in his 30s, was wearing regular looking clothing and had a dog that looked to be a kind of beagle next to him. Normally, I would just shrug it off as some guy out walking his dog, no biggie. But I still had one of those really bad gut feelings like something was up with this guy, and here's why. First of all, he pretty much seemed to appear out of nowhere. I had been driving down my street and I didn't see anyone, nor did I see anyone up or down the street I parked on, and I was actively looking around to find a parking space, so I would have seen if someone was walking down the street. Secondly, he was just standing there, facing me. If he were walking his dog, shouldn't he be doing the obvious, like walking? Then the last thing that to me was the creepiest was that he was standing in the middle of the street, not by one of the sidewalks on either side, but smack in the middle, like he was trying to block the street or something. I fumbled for my keys to lock my door and noticed him still standing there, just staring. I knew I had to walk by him to get to my apartment, so I was starting to get pretty creeped out at this point. Not to mention that his dog was just as frozen as he was, not moving and also staring at me. So I sort of half smiled in his direction and said, "Hello," pretty loudly, trying to show confidence in that I wasn't scared of him. I started walking as far to the left of my street as I could, the side that my house was on, making sure my house key was ready to go to unlock my door quickly. My house was 4 houses down from the top of the street, and there's a small street lamp right in front of my neighbour's house that kept it from being totally dark. The man hadn't said anything in return, and I was avoiding eye contact, trying to look straight ahead. Something possessed me to glance at him, and I wish I hadn't. When I looked to my right, he was grinning at me. This really sinister looking grin. The only thing moving was his head as he followed me. I snapped my head back and increased my speed, trying to mentally locate where my phone was in my bag if I had to call 911. When I got to my house, I turned left to take the little path leading to where my door was and quickly glanced back to see if he was following me. He was directly under my neighbour's street lamp, like a spotlight, about 15 feet from me, just standing there with his frozen dog still staring and still smiling. At this point, I just bolted to my door. It was not well lit by any means, and I couldn't see whether or not he was going to follow me to the door. I unlocked the door as fast as I could, slammed it behind me and deadbolted it shut. I turned off the stair light because I didn't want him to see me through the window at the 2nd floor landing and know which floor I lived on. I fumbled up the stairs to my apartment door, unlocked that and turned off all the lights to my apartment. I crept into my bedroom. Thank God that I had drawn the blinds before I left, and made a little hole in them with my fingers to look outside. Much to my horror, he was standing in the middle of the street again, directly in front of my house, looking up at my window, still smiling, and this time, waving. I freaked out and grabbed my phone from my bag and called my dad. I probably should have called the police in hindsight. I was in hysterics, telling him what was happening. He told me to calm down, make sure all my doors and windows were locked, and call campus PD. I called the campus police, and this time, much more calmly explained my ordeal. By this time, I felt safe enough to look out the window again, and I didn't see him. They eventually came about half an hour later, took my statement and searched for the guy who, of course, was never found. They did say, however, that there were boot prints in the dirt by my back door, as well as the same prints in the side garden my neighbours who lived in the first floor kept. The garden was on the other side of my house, right under one of their windows. Needless to say, I made sure both of my first and second floor neighbours were warned about this creep. I think the thing that creeps me out the most is that I never saw him actually walk anywhere. It seemed like he just appeared. I never heard footsteps or any indication he had moved closer to me, and every time I saw him, he was just standing there, with his dog who wasn't moving either, not a sound from either of them. That smile still gives me the shivers.
Number 4.
So, I'm a fairly new police officer, out of the military recently. Just finished up my probationary field training period with my department a few months ago. This all happened a couple of months ago, shortly after my training period finished up and I got on patrol and work shifts by myself. It was a very small department, only 4 full-timers, including me, 8 part-timers and 8-ish reserve officers. So I live in a rural New England town, very large land-wise, very old but very small population-wise. I'm dispatched to a wicked strange situation. I'm being informed that a woman is saying that there's someone in her upstairs in her home. So I arrive on scene. I'm greeted by a young woman about my age with 3 kids, aged 2-ish and 8-ish, in her arms. She is incredibly distraught. The kids are crying. We'll call the woman V. V explains that she is the babysitter for these kids. The parents are out of town. She was playing with the kids downstairs when they heard a tremendous bang from upstairs, then another. Then it was like someone was jumping up and down. Then footsteps, heavy footsteps. Then the footsteps are running. Now, this house is at least 200 to 250 years old, and it's more of a mansion to be honest. The current owners are extremely wealthy. V tells me that the owners had done some extensive renovations, and following this, she had begun to hear noises. Small things though, nothing like this. Well, my first thoughts weren't anything necessarily paranormal. I'm pretty much a skeptic when it comes to all that, even though I've had 1 or 2 more strange experiences beside this one. My first thought is that someone is actually in the house, realized V and the kids were home, and begun rushing around upstairs to locate an exit. I wasn't jumping to fucking Ghost Man just yet. So having had plenty of CQB experience while in Afghanistan, I was not about to clear such a huge house on my own, blind spots galore. I secure the family in my cruiser and go to the side of the house, where, luckily, I'm able to cover both the front and rear of the house, and one side of it, so 3/4 of the exit are covered. I'm the only officer on shift at the time, so dispatch has to request an officer from a town we have a mutual aid policy with. He's on a back road that connects directly to the town I'm in, so he gets there in 5 minutes. He arrives with his field training officer, FTO. He was still new enough to be riding with him. Luckily, I know this guy. He was a newbie cop, like me, but also a veteran with combat experience. So I know his clearing skills are on point, and I feel better. The FTO says he'll take charge of the family, where to clear the home, so off we go. He enters from the rear of the house. I go in from the front, then meet in the middle. Clear the first floor, then the basement, then up to the second floor, then the attic. Now, we both got a wicked creepy vibe up there. I mean, as soon as we got up there, he goes, "Fuck man, you feeling that shit?" I acknowledge him, and we continue on. As we get deeper into the attic, we get this horrible chill, but there's nothing up there. But shit, if something had been knocked over or a mouse had run by, yeah, I think I would have opened up on it. So we rechecked the house one more time. It was late fall, so all the windows were closed. We checked every single one. Locked from the inside, obviously. Front and back doors were unlocked, but V had both doors in her side. Besides, for someone to come in the house, then get upstairs, they would have to walk past V and the kids. So, we go to talk to the FTO. He had been talking with V and the kids. His opinion? She seems like a nice, honest girl, and the kids seem well behaved and honest as well. They were all genuinely scared, in his opinion. None of them were making this up. Now, we're all cop chatting, the 3 of us standing together, all of us at least semi-facing the house, when our FTO goes, Holy fucking shit, that attic curtain just fucking pulled back. My buddy and I look up. Sure enough, the curtain in the attic that had been covering the only window, one we didn't even bother to touch, was fucking pulled back like someone was watching us. From our angle, we couldn't really see in that well, so it wasn't obvious if someone was actually standing in the window. The FTO draws his weapon, points it up there, starts yelling for us to go cover. We know the drill, we were way ahead of him. Then he tells us to get inside and get that arsehole. So, as we both sprint into the house again, we're quickly talking. Why would someone pull the curtain, then remain standing there, curtain open, when they saw all of us standing there? We get up there and nothing. Yep, nothing. Oh, and the attic was still closed when we got to it for the second time. We got outside. FTO says that the curtain fell closed about 10 seconds after we entered the home. By then, another officer had arrived. We do a perimeter check. We check the house again, top to bottom, with a fresh pair of eyes. Nothing. Well, we're sufficiently freaked the fuck out. There was not much else we could do though. V had been on the phone with the owners and the FTO had talked to them. They got V and the kids a hotel room for the rest of the time that they were gone. We stayed while they packed and that was that. So fast forward a couple of weeks, I ended up bumping into V again and we became friends. So first time she comes over to my place, obviously, we discussed what happened. She says, since then, the kids say that there is an old lady that appears to them and is really nice. But the dark man is really mean. Fuck that. So, as far as she knows, they are actually planning on moving out of there, if for no other reason than their children's mental health.
Number 3.
This particular event happened almost a year ago, sometime in mid-October. A couple of friends and I drove out to visit an old friend of ours from high school, George, who now lived about an hour out of the city. We spent the whole day with him and it was really late when we finally decided to start the drive back home. My friend Lisa was passed out in the passenger seat. She had had a few drinks and decided to spend the ride home asleep. My other friend Sam was sitting in the back seat behind Lisa and was playing a game on a smartphone. I, of course, was driving. I was following the GPS's instructions back to the freeway. At that moment, we were driving down a dark street with thick trees bordering both sides. Everything was pretty peaceful, with the only sounds I could hear being that of the car moving along the road and the radio on low volume. Suddenly, my car let out a loud jolt and it felt as if I hit something. Sam let out a shocked scream while Lisa remained dead asleep. I slammed on the brakes and the car came to a halt. I was breathing heavily when I asked what the hell had just happened. Sam peered through the back window and gasped. She turned to me with an angry look on her face and shouted that I had just hit a dog. I looked through the back window and sure enough, a dog was lying on the road a few yards behind the car. Sam is a pretty big animal lover, so I wasn't surprised to see her get pissed at me. She was about to open her door and rush to the animal's aid when I stopped her. Once I had gotten over the shock of running over a dog, I got a feeling in my gut that told me that something was off. I'm no braggart, but I considered myself to be a very attentive and safe driver. My eyes were on the road at all times and I distinctly remember not seeing any dog in the road prior to the car jolting. Yeah, it was dark, but I was sure that I would have at least seen the dog in the headlights before hitting it. I looked through the back window and took a closer look at the dog, or at least as much as I could make out in the reddish light coming from my taillights. It was a fairly big dog, at least a golden retriever or something like that. One particular detail caught my attention. I could see the dog's tail wagging. Now, I'm no expert on the mannerisms of animals, but I was sure the last thing a dog would do after being hit by a car would be to wag its tail. After a moment of thought, I pressed my foot down on the accelerator and sped off. Sam snapped at me and ordered me to go back, but I told her that something was wrong with the whole situation. She continued to argue, but she fell silent as she turned back towards the back window. She asked, "What the heck?" with a shaken voice. I looked in the rearview mirror. Though it was dark, I was able to make out the silhouettes of 3 large figures emerging from the trees on the side of the road. The dog was now up on its feet and jumping around joyfully. The three figures looked in our direction as I pressed my foot on the gas harder and sped off. Sam and I remained silent for the rest of the ride home. It wasn't until a few days later that we told Lisa about it. We've been back to visit George a few times since then, but we always make sure to leave before sunset. Still, I dread to think about what would have happened if we had gotten out of the car.
Number 2.
A little bit of a description and backstory to help paint the picture. At the time of this, I was roughly 26 years old. I'm 30 now. My husband and I at the time lived in a military city. He was enlisted, and this particular city was popular, not just for the base it housed, but by its incredible crime rate. Honestly, if people had warned us ahead of time, we would have happily moved out of the city and dealt with the long drive. At the time, we lived in a duplex in a really bad neighborhood. The way the unit was set up was if you stood in the street of our parking lot style driveway and looked at the house, our unit was to the left, our neighbours to the right, and exposed to the street since our building was on the corner. The entire property was surrounded by a chain link fence, save a 6-foot privacy fence that ran along the back of the property to block our view of the parking lot that led to the apartments behind us. I promise this will be relevant. As I said, we lived in a horrible neighbourhood where crackheads and hookers ran free, but I didn't ever feel overly unsafe. At the time, I had a 200-pound English Mastiff, a sweetheart but intimidating from a distance, and my size always gave me a hint of security. We also had a few sweet neighbours which helped buffer the horrible. One such neighbour was a man that walked the neighbourhood regularly. He walked everywhere, and our house was about the centre in his path to the store and the like, so we'd see him at least once a day or so. Dwayne was a nice enough man, my height, roughly my build, and always smiling, but not that creeper kind of smile, a normal, jovial smile. He never set off alarm bells, which makes this more disturbing. We'd been living in our house for about a year or so, and all the while gotten to know some of our neighbours better. Up until this point, Dwayne would always wave hello and offer some small talk. He'd speak to my husband more than myself because I just don't do well in southern heat and he tended to be long-winded. So I'd wave, say hello, and then go inside after a few short minutes. Everything was fine until my husband was deployed. We'd been married at this point for 6 years, and this was the 5th deployment during that time, so I was used to being left alone. It didn't bother me in the least, especially since it would be a 9-week deployment, and I'd already learned the layout of the new city fairly well. One day, I was coming home from the grocery store about 2 weeks after my husband had left. I'm a firm believer in one trip with the bags, so I loaded up my arms completely and headed for the house. As I said before, our yard was completely encased in a fence, so just after I managed to shut the gate, I hear someone calling up at me. Turning, I saw Dwayne bearing his normal, happy wide smile and heading for me. I shift the bags and give him my attention. I was raised to be polite to people, and since I knew him vaguely, I had no problem saying hello. Besides, seeing my arms full of groceries, some of which was milk, eggs, and other cold things, he surely wouldn't keep me too long. I was wrong. He starts droning on about nothing in particular, during which I could only smile and nod. I waited patiently for a break in the conversation so I could head inside, but he barely took a second to breathe, let alone let me speak. For a little while, the conversation had been pretty mundane, until he started talking about his lady friend. Without warning, he started to tell me explicit details about his relationship with whoever this woman was. He went on to tell me how much she likes what he can do to her, his techniques, and, to my horror, how good he is at going down on her. I knew I must have looked as horrified as I felt because he just started chuckling and went on as though nothing was wrong. He even went as far as to ask if my husband was as good. At this point, not only were the grocery bags digging into my hands and arms, but I was thoroughly creeped the fuck out. I told him I had to go and put my groceries away and let out the dogs. I thought that was the end of the conversation, but evidently not, nor was it any less unsettling.
"Oh yeah, your man's gone now, huh?"
It took my brain a second to realize what he'd said. I never told him my husband was gone. I didn't tell anyone who wasn't a close friend, so naturally, my guard rose.
"Yeah,"
he went on.
You need someone here to take care of you.
I'm fine, was all I could really think to say. For some reason, I didn't even bother saying he was wrong. I guess on some level, I thought my husband must have told him.
Well, how about I come by later and make you dinner tonight? I'm a hell of a cook.
I knew my brows came together and my eyes were wide because I could feel it.
How about 6? I can come back around 6, make you some dinner, and then we can watch some TV. You shouldn't be alone.
He just kept persisting, which made every hair on my body stand on end. I told him no thanks and turned around. Without bothering to look back, I went inside, locked my doors, and waited until I was sure that he was gone before I let my dogs out. By the time 6 came, I didn't even want to be in the house in case he did stop by. After making sure everything was locked up tight, I left and drove around for an hour or so before coming home. I didn't even bother turning on more than the TV when I got back, just in case he came by again. I didn't see him for a couple of days, maybe a week and a half. I was a smoker back then and hated smoking in the house, so I'd let the dogs out, smoke a cigarette, then bring them back inside. After Dwayne's disturbing confrontation, I took to smoking in the backyard on my back steps. From where I sat, I could only see a few feet of the main street. Being as our unit was away from the street, beside neighbours who had trees and bushes, and the privacy fence between us and the apartments, I felt relatively shielded. I knew that if I saw Dwayne, I'd be more than capable of ducking around the corner of the house and hiding. Like I said, there was a small strip of road that left me exposed. It was really easy to stay hidden, or so I thought. One day, I'm standing outside in the front yard, talking to the sweet little old lady that lived across the street. We were just having a nice little talk until Dwayne suddenly came walking up. I, of course, felt uneasy, but a little safer with my neighbour there since I didn't think he'd be as gross as he was before. He wasn't, but he was no less creepy. My neighbour had asked me if I had quit smoking because she didn't see me out the front anymore. I didn't immediately answer because Dwayne was there, but it didn't matter. He spoke up first and told my neighbour,
"Nah, she smokes in the backyard now."
My blood ran cold. Not once, not one single fucking time had I seen him walk by while I was back there. I never saw him walk by while I was back there, nor did I catch a glimpse of him when I stepped out of my front door and walked around back. Never. I politely excused myself and went inside, creeped out as hell. The only way I could think that he might have known I was in the back was if he somehow had been watching me through the bushes and trees, in my neighbour's yard to the other side, or through the privacy fence that led to the apartments. Each thought was as disturbing as the last. I couldn't stand the thought of him peering at me from the shadows. That was the last time I smoked outside. I didn't go outside unless I had errands to run until my husband came home a few weeks later. I told him everything and he admitted that it was creepy as hell and just told me to keep our Mastiff close, who was very protective of me. And I did. The last time I saw Dwayne was just a glimpse. I had let my dogs outside, and a few minutes after sitting back on the couch, I heard my Mastiff losing his mind. Anyone who owns dogs knows the difference between a normal bark and an angry, I'm gonna rip your leg off bark. This was the latter, and it terrified me. Until this point, he'd only ever growled protectively twice and never barked. Freaked out, I opened up the front door and saw Dwayne standing halfway up my driveway. It looked like he'd been walking up my fence, probably to say hi when my dog caught sight of him. The bark was so ferocious that it had him and me completely still. My dog continued to bark and even charged the fence, which he easily could have taken down if he chose. Every hair on the back of his neck and down his spine was standing on end, and it was pretty obvious that he wanted a piece of Dwayne. Dwayne glanced at me, forced a smile and a wave, and backed away slowly out of the driveway. My dog didn't calm down until he was out of sight, at which time I was able to get him in the house. I was so grateful that I gave him half a package of sliced turkey lunch meat. I don't know what or if Dwayne had anything planned, but my dog, who never had a problem with him up until that point, definitely knew something wasn't right. Like I said, we'd been in that house for just over a year, and many times Dwayne had stopped at the fence to talk. and our dog never reacted like that. It still freaks me out to think about why my dog suddenly changed his mind, and I haven't seen Dwayne since.
Number 1.
A little background story about me. I'm a female, Colombian, 29 years old, athletic and adventurous. I enjoy travelling, walking, hiking and camping. This happened about 6 years ago. In one of those trips, I was with my ex-boyfriend and our 2 dogs. He had a crossbreed brown lab-looking dog, and mine is a golden retriever. Not scary dogs at all, but certainly big and with powerful barks. We always went walking with them on trails and exploring around the city limits, but this time he had heard about this river in the middle of the mountains with a huge cascade that seemed to be out of this world. The place was described by him to his college mates and it sounded beautiful, so we assumed it would be a fun way to spend our Sunday morning and early afternoon. We packed simple bags with sandwiches, snacks, water and beer, and off we went. Once we made it to the beginning of the trail, the dogs seemed impatient. They were very active when they were together, so we assumed that they just wanted to run and we let them loose. The mountain started out in a very steep way. We pretty much had to climb along sharp rocks for about 15 minutes before we could reach the actual trail. Keep in mind that Colombia is nothing like the United States. Our wild areas are actually wild. No trails designated, no forest rangers, no watchtowers, none of that sort. Once you're out of the city limits, you're pretty much on your own, and there certainly is no cops or anything around these areas. They are highly underpopulated and overall deserted. Once we reached the trail, we noticed that it was hardly visible to see it. Trails are usually patches of the forest that aren't so prominent, so you can see somewhat of a trail left. But it was made by people or animals walking around, so it gets very faint sometimes, and many times you don't see it or have no idea where to go. This trail was like that, which we actually liked, because that meant that there would be no people around bothering us and we could smoke and enjoy the river on our own. We got excited and kept walking through the almost invisible trail. A little ways down, we started hearing branches break, voices and a little bit of laughter. We looked at each other with disappointment because we wanted to be alone, and these sounds clearly indicated that we were not. We kept walking and then saw some colours and shapes through the bushes. They stopped as well and saw us. The elderly man waved and he was getting closer. His wife walked behind but holding him from his elbow. They walked slowly and we exchanged pleasantries about the day and what a nice day to hike sort of thing. When they reached us, he looked up at us as he was petting the dogs.
You guys heading back?
No, actually we just got started. We wanted to reach the waterfall in the mountain over there. He looked at where I was pointing and frowned. I found it odd, and then he replied,
You guys should be careful. I hear a lot of stories about people getting lost in these parts, or even worse. You're better off heading back with us.
We both thought that the old man was just being a wet blanket, and we were somewhat experts in trails, hiking, camping, and living on the edge. So my ex said, Nah, we'll be fine. We have these 2 beasts to protect us. To which we all kind of chuckled. He then said,
Well, anyway, be very careful. And you, sweetheart, you should tuck that little gold chain inside your shirt. You never know who is looking for that stuff to yank it off.
I had yet to think about that. I was wearing a little golden chain on my neck, except it wasn't golden. It was a 24-karat gold chain that was given to me by my godfathers when I was born. It was a tradition in my family that every time a baby was born, all the uncles, aunts, friends and close family members gave us gold accents with different shapes and forms as well as a chain to hang them all from. This is a Colombian thing, and it mostly ensures good luck for the new baby by presenting gold gifts as the 3 wise men did to Jesus. I had found the chain on my mum's safe during my last visit to her house and was wearing it ever since. No accents though, just the chain. The accents were so many that they weighed a ton, but I liked the chain because it made me feel safe somehow. I grabbed it instinctively and tucked it inside my shirt collar. We exchanged goodbyes with the couple and off we went. We were hiking for over an hour, stopping here and there to take pictures, drink water or give the dogs a treat. Nothing weird until then, and we were almost at the mountain. We could faintly hear the waterfall. The next part of the way was rougher though. We had to climb down this cliff, literally a cliff, and we didn't bring any gear, so we had to be extra careful with the dogs, but they did it rather quickly and with no hassle. While I was heading down though, my ex was waiting for me at the base of the cliff with his dog. Mine had turned back. She always does this when she's hiking with me. Mine had turned back to come down again with me, but stopped at the top and stared at the woods before the cliff. She stared and then started growling. This is weird. My dog is by far the sweetest dog ever, and she never growls. But this time, she seemed fierce. She kept growling more and more while I called for her. "Femina, Femina, come here." She then looked at me again, almost halfway down the cliff and then back at the woods, and then back at me again, and started heading down. She would stop every now and then and stare back at the woods, but eventually got down with me and we kept walking. The mountains have created a natural junction, with water falling from the very top to a clear pond at the bottom. The water was freezing cold and the noise was pretty intense. The dogs were beyond themselves. They started running, jumping, chasing each other, barking and swimming. We took off our clothes and jumped in as well. It was delightful. The cold water against the hot weather felt like heaven, and we were high by then, so the sensations were very strong. We kept playing in the water for a while, then we got out and sat on the rocks to smoke some more. After a while, we heard the dogs barking, but not playfully like before. They were barking loud and menacingly. We looked at them. They were both at the very edge of the pond, staring at the woods on the top of the mountain and barking. The fur on their backs was raised. They looked creepy. I called Femina again, and my boyfriend did the same with Rebecca, but neither of them flinched. Their paws were firm on the ground, grasping at it. Their barks were so loud that it was becoming unbearable. I got up and walked over there and grabbed Femina by her torso, just kind of giving her a hug and pulling her towards me. She kind of snapped out of it and started licking at me furiously. I kept asking, "What's wrong, girl? What's wrong?" And she just whimpered, licked me, and then started going back and forth from the edge of the pond to where I was kneeling. She whimpered really loud, like crying, and I was getting scared. I said to my ex, "Screw this, I'm out of here. She's acting really weird." Rebecca, his dog, always barked at everything, so he wasn't concerned at all. He agreed though, and we started packing. Then I heard something, a whistle. It was definitely a human whistle. It sounded like a little melody. First a long one, and then two short ones. I stopped dead on my track and tried to hear it again, over the barking and the waterfall, but I couldn't hear it anymore. I thought to myself, weirdest bird ever, and put my backpack on. We started heading back to the cliff again, and the dogs were getting worse. It was almost impossible to hear anything besides them barking and growling, and Femina whimpering by my side. I started climbing first, and my ex was behind me, and the dogs made it to the top in no time, and started barking again and growling at the woods. I kept telling Femina to shut it, but she wouldn't. And then I finally made it to the top. One side had a huge drop of over 50 to 80 feet, and on the other side there was the woods. Tall pine trees and wild bushes everywhere made them look dense and deep. I urged my boyfriend to hurry because the dogs were unbearable, and then I heard it. Branches breaking. The dogs got even more aggressive. They started running towards the edge of the forest, back and forth to where I was. I just stood there, staring as well. More branches. Now they were getting louder. I knew someone was there, getting closer with each step. I kept trying to see past the tree line, but only saw green and brown and darkness. But then a figure started emerging from it. First I thought it was just another couple, or maybe just a hiker like us. But this figure was moving weird, a little bit too heavy to be a hiker, and slowly, and had no backpack, but the hands were holding something in front of him. It was a shotgun. What is this? I freaked out. The dog started barking louder, and Rebecca almost jumped the guy when he came out of the woods. He was stocky, wearing a black jacket, shotgun, pointing straight at me. I yelled at Rebecca, "Rebecca, stop it! Come here!" And she actually did. Weird, cause she never listens. He then said,
"Tell your boyfriend to come up."
And I just took a couple of steps back. I was almost on the edge of the cliff and stared down. My boyfriend was almost there and he had heard the voice of the man. He hurried up and climbed to where I was. I was standing there, petrified, not able to talk, just looking at the dark circle of the shotgun barrel. Then I caught a glance of something shiny, something metal looking. He had a machete hanging from his belt loop. Just like that, a huge machete with rusty edges. I was beside myself, but I managed to grab my boyfriend's hand as he stood up on the top of the cliff and stared at the man. My ex was nothing less than scary. He was easily 6'8" and weighed over 200 pounds. I don't know how much because we use a metric system in Colombia, but he was for all intents and purposes a big muscular guy. His green eyes glared as he stared at the man, and then he said, "Take what you want and leave us." The noise the dogs were making was extreme. The guy looked at me and pointed the gun as he said,
"Grab those dogs and shut them up, or I'll shoot them both right here."
I called them softly and grabbed Fermina by the collar. She stared, licking me and whimpering, scared and not understanding what was going on. Rebecca was a little rascal, so I kind of crawled on the ground and grabbed her by the back of the leg. She then turned around and I grabbed her collar. I held them both close to me while I petted them, whispering, "Shh, it's okay, girl, it's okay," over and over. I was in tears by then, but my ex stood his ground and just kept glaring. I saw his fists and he had them tightly closed as if he was going to punch the guy. He then said to my ex,
"Don't try anything stupid, pretty boy."
And they started getting closer. I actually thought of jumping off of the cliff, but then what? Even if I made it alive, they could easily shoot me from a distance in the canyon underneath. We were trapped. He then said,
"Give me the bags."
To which we replied by taking them off and sliding them on the ground closer to them. And then he said,
"Stand up,"
looking at me and pointing the gun. I could now see his face. He had sunspots all over and really bad acne. His eyes were dark and small, like a bird's eyes. His hair was greasy and covered with a dirty black beanie. A big round nose completed the look and gave him an almost comical appearance. But there was nothing comical about that shotgun. I stood up, holding the collars of the dogs tight together, and then he said,
Not bad. Not bad at all."
He then turned to look at a guy with a revolver and said,
"Bring me that gold chain."
I kind of gasped when he said that, and the other guy started walking towards me. The dog started pulling the leashes. He stopped and looked at them, and then at the other guy and said,
"I don't like these fuckers. Let's just get rid of them."
I was full on crying by then and pleaded for them not to shoot the dogs. I took the leashes with one hand and with the other yanked the chain off of my neck and then turned and gave it to my ex. He grabbed it and stared at me. He knew how much it meant to me and my family, but it was either that or our lives. So he turned and walked towards the guy. He grabbed it quickly and went back to his position. The other guy then stared at us, then back at the guys on his side and asked them,
"Have you ever had your way with a little spoiled girl?"
And they all laughed. I felt like throwing up. My ex looked even more angry now. He then said, "We don't have anything else. Please, let us go." Then the guy quieted down and stared back.
"You do have something else. I'm deciding whether or not to let you walk out of here with it."
And then he gave me a perverted look that made my skin crawl. My ex then said, "Sure, you can have your way with her," in such a calm way that I thought he was giving me away, but then added, "After you fucking cowards fight me, one by one, and beat me until I'm dead, because that's the only way." They all laughed at this, loud chuckles, and then he said,
"Nah, not worth it. I can just shoot you and be done with it."
And then he pointed the gun at him. I was in shock. I couldn't believe that this is how our lives were going to end. Massacred over a stupid gold chain. 1,000 thoughts were going through my head. I was shivering when I heard this really faint whistle. It was really far away. Same frequency as theirs, but it was definitely far away. At least 3 miles away. It was faint, but I heard it, and they did too. The guy with the shotgun stopped laughing and stood still as he was trying to listen better this way. And then the whistle was there again, but this time the first whistle was way longer, and the 3 of them started walking backwards. almost retracing their steps back to the woods, and then the guy said,
"You two fuckers are in luck,"
and turned around and disappeared as fast as they had shown up. My ex and I exchanged looks of astonishment and then bolted out of there, running through the woods like maniacs. The dogs were rattled up and they almost jumped and ran all the way down to the main road. We didn't stop, we didn't talk, we didn't even look back. We just ran and jumped and stumbled until we were in the first climb again. Only then did we look back. I thought I saw something behind the tree line, but I brushed it off as I jumped down and called out to Femina. We then started walking home at a slower pace this time, not excited anymore, thinking how we would enter the flat without any keys. They were in my backpack. I touched my neck. The yanking of the chain left a little red mark. After all, it was solid gold.
A couple of summers ago, my girlfriend and I were camping in a national forest in northern Wisconsin. And after our experience, we do not plan to return. My girlfriend and I are from Chicago, so northern Wisconsin was our go-to place for R&R. We've done a number of hiking trips in northern Wisconsin, and in the UP too, but never to this area. We are not backpacking experts or anything, but we've been to a number of national parks and have been out hiking and exploring when we can find some time away from work on more than a few occasions. We love getting away from people and just relaxing in nature. But this trip sure made us appreciate the presence of other people around us in unfamiliar places. Our plan was to hike to a remote section of the Northern Country Trail. The Northern Country Trail is a national scenic trail, like the Appalachian Trail, but it gets much less use. In some parts of northern Wisconsin, the trail is really remote, and the only access is via logging roads. We plan to hike 15 miles along the trail to a backpack shelter, spend the night, and hike back to the car the following day. We spend the night at a friend's house in Warsaw, and we set out early the next day to the trailhead. As we enter the national forest boundary, we were captivated by the beauty of the thick green forest. I drove slowly along the gravel logging roads as we made our way to our parking spot. While we were driving to the trailhead, we passed a couple of people standing next to a parked truck on the side of the road. They appeared to be hillbillies, as they had a rusted-out, bunged-up pickup truck, complete with Confederate bumper stickers and everything. As we drove past, I waved, trying to be friendly, and they just stared back without returning the greeting. Friendly people, I thought to myself. After we passed them, I looked in the rearview mirror and noticed that they were still staring at us. And before we rounded a bend, I glanced back into the mirror again and saw them watching us through the haze of road dust. My girlfriend and I joked about the up north people, but we didn't think anything of the encounter. Aside from those people, we didn't encounter anyone else on the remote logging roads within the national forest boundary. We found the trailhead about 15 minutes later, after winding our way on the narrow logging road. There was no one else parked at the trailhead. It seemed like a perfect chance to get some needed solitude, fresh air, and relaxation. After parking and making sure the car was locked, we hoisted our packs and set off on the trail. The weather was relatively cool, which thankfully kept the mosquitoes and biteflies at bay. We took pictures along the way, and we marveled at the lushness of the forest and the topography of the glacial moraine. After a solid 8 hours of hiking, we found our campsite finally. It consisted of a wooden backpack shelter, and a fire ring. Even though the shelter provided ample space for us, we opted to set our tent in a small clearing, about 100 feet behind the shelter. We built a fire at the shelter fire ring, and I boiled water for our dehydrated trail food. As we ate, we watched the sky slowly turn dark. My girlfriend and I passed around some wine, and we marveled at how many stars you could see away from the city. When the fire was reduced to a small pile of glowing embers, we decided to head back to the tent. We settled into our tent and looked through the pictures we took that day. But after lugging a heavy pack for 15 miles and drinking some wine, I was ready for some shut-eye. When we camped at state and national parks, I usually wore earplugs. But that night, there were no RVs or other campers to make noise, so I just closed my eyes and let the noise of the forest lull me to sleep. My girlfriend was very uneasy that night, but she normally has some apprehension whenever we're sleeping away from home, that is. I'm not sure when we drifted to sleep, but we awoke to a bone-chilling noise. It was pitch dark outside, and over the insects in the forest, I heard a dull thud. It sounded like someone was hitting two logs together. My girlfriend and I were wide awake at this point, and we just lay there silently in our tent, hearing the noise again. Our old tent had mesh windows, but the backpacking tent that we were using that time, it had no windows, so we could only guess at what was making the noise outside of our tent. We initially thought that an animal had got to our food and garbage bag, which we left in the shelter, but the noise was too distinct, and it didn't sound like rustling through food wrappers or our camp equipment or anything. Our hearts, they were pounding as we heard the persistent knock in the darkness. Unarmed and scared shitless, we didn't know what to do. I would normally have carried a can of bear spray, but I foolishly decided to leave it at home to save weight, against the wishes of my girlfriend. The knocking continued, but we remained still as not to give away our location. For all we knew, whatever was making the noise had already spotted our tent. After what seemed like an eternity, the knocking sound ceased. We lay in complete silence, with only the dull buzz of the insects in the background. And then we heard it. Leaves rustling, a branch breaking, and voices. We heard low talking in the distance. We couldn't make out what was being said, but it sounded like a couple of people talking in the distance. The voices continued for a bit, but to our relief, the voices didn't seem to be getting louder. Whoever was out there obviously didn't spot the tent or just decided to leave us alone. We sat in our tent for the rest of the night, adrenaline surging through our veins, and at first light, we slowly got out of the tent. I looked around in all directions to see if anyone was out there, but I only saw the forest and the backpack shelter. We quickly rolled up our sleeping bags and camp pads and put our tent away. When we got to the shelter, my girlfriend screamed in horror. On the entrance to the shelter, the wood was freshly cut. The word "kill" was cut into the shelter wall, and there were a number of axe and knife cuts where someone was obviously chopping at the wall. I looked at the ground and saw a scattering of fresh wood splinters. After grabbing our food supply and garbage bag, we just got the hell out of there. We were nearly jogging with our gear as we made our way back to the car, and I just kept glancing back over my shoulder and gazing through the woods to see if anyone was following us. We traversed the glacial eskers that we saw the day before, and we knew that we were getting close to our car. We were quietly rejoicing as we neared the trailhead. We made it back in near record time, but something was wrong. The windshield wiper on my car was sticking straight up, and there was something stuck to the wiper. As we inched closer to the car, I saw that there was blood smeared on the window shield, and a squirrel carcass was impaled on the wiper blade. There was hair and blood stuck to the wiper and on the hood of the car. I didn't bother cleaning off the car, and we just threw our gear in the trunk, and I sped off without removing the animal from the wiper blade too. As I sped down the gravel logging road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, but I couldn't see anything through the cloud of road dust behind the car. When we got to the gas station by the nearest town, I finally removed the carcass with a wad of newspaper, and I tried to remove as much dry blood as I could. I filled up on gas, and we didn't stop until we made it to Milwaukee. And this was the last trip that I took to the woods of northern Wisconsin. I love camping, and anytime my friends and I came home from college, we would load up our cooler with beer, grab some gear and go screw around outside. Unfortunately for me, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or other friends ever wanted to go with me, so I would often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day, the weather was way too nice to waste, so I grabbed some of my gear, hopped in a car that I borrowed from a buddy, and drove to a spot that was secluded, yet within a safe distance to civilization and that stuff, and that way I could run for help if I needed it. Camping, it can also creep me out sometimes, but that creepy feeling is also somewhat of a plus for me. It's the same reason that people listen to these stories. It's kind of fun to be scared sometimes. So, I make a little camp and get a fire going. I hadn't brought all that much to eat, but I was enjoying myself, reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. But I got the feeling like I was being watched or something, and I just stopped dead in my tracks. I hear a twig crunch over to my right, and then I see a doe bolt from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to the camp with the armful of wood that I'd gathered. I kept freaking myself out too, hearing sounds just outside of the ring of light casted by the fire. I always get these kinds of fears into my head, so I just shrugged it off and kept whittling at a stick that I'd been messing with. Around 1, I decided to go into my tent and snuff out the lantern. I had been slamming beers in the most unladylike fashion ever, and smoking cheap cigars, which is another reason why I like camping. I can act however I want. So, I passed out relatively quickly. At about 2 o'clock, I start hearing footsteps. They sound pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it must be that deer again, or some other animal. Like a raccoon, because I had probably left some food out or something. But I still stay on guard, just in case. About 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open, I hear a rubbing noise, and the tent fabric is being pushed in a bit. I don't know how I didn't shit my sleeping bag, but I just sat there, paralyzed with my K-bar in my hand. I desperately wanted to thrust the knife through the tent fabric, but I was still holding out hope that it was some of my buddies from a frat joking with me or something. And then, suddenly as it had begun, it all just stopped. I was starting to feel slightly more secure, because daylight would be coming in about 2 or 3 hours. But I sure as shit wasn't going to go to sleep or anything. All of a sudden, at about 4 o'clock, I realized I should have put my boots on so that if anything did happen, I'd be ready. After having stayed up and keeping alert a little while longer, my friend's car alarm goes blaring. I freaked the fuck out and ran out of the tent. I got about 2 steps before something grabs me around the mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but instead, the person's pinky finger slips between my teeth. I've heard that people can perform superhuman feats when they have huge adrenaline rushes, and in my case, I just clamped down. And there's no way to say this without sounding ridiculous, but his finger just popped off. He screamed, pulled his hand away with his missing digit falling to the ground. He took off running down the hill I was camping on, and I took off quick in the opposite direction. I must have looked totally ridiculous to the people whose house I ran to. A little sorority girl in a wife-beater, boxers and steel-toe boots. I also had some blood that had oozed out of my lip. Not from the finger, but because I'd also managed to take a pretty good chunk out of my lip as well. I told them what happened, and they called the police, got me some real clothing, and the man at the house made me a whiskey and coke. When the cops got there, they checked it out. When they came back, it was light out. They brought me back so that I could get my friend's car, and what I saw just made me even more scared. Right next to my tent was a red gas can, which I can only imagine what that was for. And the finger was also gone, which only suggests that he must have come back for it. But the real kicker is that they never caught the guy. So, somewhere out there, there's a man sitting down to dinner, maybe alone, maybe with a wife and a couple of kids, and he's missing his right pinky because of me. My New Year resolution in 2012 was to get back in shape again. After my first kid was born, I had lost my athletic interest, but I had every intention of getting it back. So, I started running 4 days a week with my friend Hannah, who's a great runner and motivator. We would run after work, 5 to 10 kilometers, usually favoring the forest trail. It's the kind of trail that has lighting in the darker months of the year, so you can run there any time really. Once you turn on the lights, you get about 45 minutes to run the shorter trails, and longer to run the longer ones, and then the lights just shut off automatically. We had been running for about 2 months when we started seeing this same man hanging around the parking lot every time that we got there. He was a thin man, 25 to 30 years of age, always dressed in sports clothes, but never actually running. He also never looked you in the eye either. We speculated that he could be homeless, camping nearby or something, because he was constantly there. We got used to seeing him, sitting somewhere close by, just silently, and always on his own. We actually felt sorry for him. He never seemed to talk to anyone or interact at all. But there was also something about him that made us hesitate to talk to him, or ask if he was okay. We couldn't pinpoint what it was at the time, but something just wasn't completely right with him. One evening, Hannah didn't make it to our run, and I just decided to go on my own. I arrived at the parking lot, my car being the only car there. I did some stretching, turned on the lights, and set off on the 5-kilometer trail. I hadn't seen the thin, silent man when I started my run. Perhaps it was just getting too cold to sit there now that it was autumn, dark, and getting closer to the freezing point. He must have been there, though, somewhere in the shadows, because when I got to the top of the first steep hill, I could hear heavy breathing somewhere behind me. I look over my shoulder and I see him. He is running like a man obsessed, in regular shoes, not running shoes, with his arms moving in a really strange, stiff manner, as if he was made of metal, his hands like arrows, straight and in an upward-inward angle. Sort of like a sprinter, but more extreme, moving like a robot. For the first time, he looked me straight in the eyes too, and it was the eyes of a predatory animal, and it made my heart freeze. He had never done anything to harm me before, or anyone else as far as I knew, but the look in his eyes alone was enough to let me know that I was facing a serious threat. I started running faster, trying to create distance between us, and I could hear his heavy breathing getting even more strained. I ran like my life depended on it, adrenaline pumping through my body and giving me new strength. I tore off my necklace and threw it on the ground, thinking, I've got to leave a trace if he takes me. Something has to be left behind. I tried screaming, hoping that someone would be close enough to hear me, but I couldn't scream. I was so out of breath. Why is he doing this? What does he want? Who is he? I thought as I started to feel my lungs burn. And then I thought of my 15-month-old daughter and ran until I could taste blood in my mouth. He was still behind me, maybe 100 meters now, and I knew that if I tripped and fell or ran out of energy or fumbled with the car keys once I reached the parking lot, that I was screwed. So once I reached the sharp turn on the trail, I ran off the trail and ran straight into the dark woods. I ran only for a short distance and then laid down flat on my stomach, my hands searching for a rock to defend myself with if he found me. I realized then, though, that I was wearing bright running clothes with reflectors and neon coloring. Honestly, I had never felt so visible in the dark before. I could hear him reach the turn, and thank God, he just kept on running. I started to slowly, and as silently as possible, move further into the darkness. But my heart sank again as soon as I heard rapid footsteps closing in from the trail. He had realized that I must have gone off trail once he saw that there was no sign of me ahead. He stopped, and I stopped. I could imagine him listening for any sound, and I held my breath and begged to God that I don't believe in to make him go away. After a while, I heard him say something in a language that I didn't recognize, and he walked off. But I didn't move. I feared that he would wait for me by the car and realize that I had to get off the trail and onto the main road and stop someone. I couldn't go back to the parking lot. So I started to make my way further into the woods, knowing that I would eventually end up on the last part of the long tail and close to the main road. As I was walking, though, the lights on the trail, they suddenly shut off. Honestly, that made me calmer at first. The dark was a comfort and a protection. But then, after only a few moments, it switched on again. This could mean that another person had just started their run, and soon I would even have someone there to help me. Or that he was out there looking for me. Or getting ready to prey on another lonely runner. I decided against waiting to find out, though, and continued my way towards the main road. It was dark, and I fell multiple times, my clothes getting wet from the damp vegetation, and I started to get cold. After what felt like a lifetime, I could see the 10-kilometer trail ahead and knew that I was close to the main road. Soon, I could hear the traffic too. Once I made it to the road, I must have looked like I had been in a terrible accident or something. Blood from several small cuts from the falling, my clothes dirty and my face, I assume, petrified. My bright runner's shirt soon attracted the attention of a passing car. My waving and desperate shouting made it stop. The driver, a 40-ish man with 2 kids in the back seat, spent the next 10 minutes or so trying to make sense of what I tried to say between the sobbing and the crying. He asked if I wanted to lift back to the parking lot, and I told him no. Please take me home instead. At home, my husband insisted on going to the parking lot to retrieve the car and call the police. And report what? I asked. Technically, no crime had been committed. I just knew that he was out there to get me. My husband eventually went back for the car, and the driver's seat window was smashed and my phone was gone. And so was the photo of my daughter that I had had hanging from the mirror. To this day, I don't know what he was trying to do or why he chased me the way he did. But the look in his eyes, there's no doubt in my mind that he had bad intentions. A few years back, my girlfriend and I, having hiked several other parts of the Appalachian Trail, we decided that we wanted to give the southern portion of Virginia's trail a shot. It's about 166 miles long and runs through George Washington and Jefferson National Forest. This is definitely one of the more remote and less traveled parts of the trail, which is exactly what we were looking for. We gathered our gear and made our way to the start of the Virginia Creeper Trail to begin our journey. We had planned our journey to end at Damascus, and figured that by the time that we got there, we would be more than ready to get home to our own beds. It was early October, and the changing of the leaves and colours, they were amazing. The air was crisp and cool, perfect hiking weather with beautiful scenery. The majority of the trip was pretty uneventful, just your typical hike. But our last couple of nights is where things got weird. On this portion of the trail, you're supposed to camp on the trail or a designated shelter. We didn't really want to run into other people and didn't want anyone coming up on us in the middle of the night or anything. So we decided to ignore those suggestions and find our own little spot off the trail. A little searching around, and we found a spot a little ways off the trail, in the middle of a small clearing. It was honestly perfect. We set up camp, cooked some food, and talked for a while, and then snuggled up and went to sleep for the night. Somewhere around 2 a.m., I was awoke by my girlfriend shaking me awake, telling me, "Get your gun, someone is outside walking around our tent." She informed me that, apparently, she woke up to what sounded like someone right outside the tent running a knife or something along the side while circling us. When hiking, I carry a 1911 and a judge with me. You never know exactly who or what you might run into when on such a long hike in a remote location. So I got the judge out of my pack, and then we just sat silently listening for any sounds. And there were a few minutes of nothing but the breeze blowing through the trees. But then I heard it. Someone or something walking in the woods behind our tent. I got the flashlight and silently made my way out of the tent. Our fire had gone out, so it was nearly pitch black at this point. Illuminated by only the dim glow of the October moon, I told my girlfriend to stay put while I checked it out. I didn't flick the flashlight on right away so as to not give away that I was out of the tent and have it become a shining beacon of my location. Instead, I waited to hear more noises. After a few minutes, there were some snaps and cracks, and it sounded like it was bipedal, based on the way the steps were paced. I turned on the flashlight and flooded the area with light. I thought I saw someone move behind a tree, and I yelled out and told them to go away, that I was armed. I kept the light on the area with my gun drawn and slowly approached towards the area where I thought I saw the figure. And then, from my right, I hear what sounds like someone running away through the woods. I spin and face my light that way, and then from the original spot, hear who or whatever was there take off into the woods. Well, there was no way that I was giving chase, so I just returned to the campsite. I tell my girlfriend about what happened, and I end up sitting guard outside the tent, in the darkness until daybreak. In the morning, I looked around a bit for signs of who or whatever it was, and I discovered a boot print in some soft, moist dirt not far from our tent. It definitely wasn't mine, and it wasn't my girl's, so this freaked me out as it confirmed that someone, and perhaps more than one, was skulking around our tent in the dark. I kept it to myself, though, because I didn't want to freak out my girl any more than she already was. At this point, we were pretty deep in and still had 2 days left. That day, we walked a little faster than normal, though, and covered as much ground as possible, just to try and play it safe. When it came time to set up camp, I found a spot near a cliff where we could place the tent in a small overhang and prevent anyone from coming up behind us. But the whole day, up to this point, I had a feeling that we were being followed. I had no confirmation of this, as I hadn't seen or heard anyone else, but it was just a gut feeling. We set up camp and made some food, and then retreated to the tent. I gave my girl the 1911, and I kept the judge right next to me, and I assured her that if I slept at all, it would be with one eye open. After a while, she drifted off to sleep, and I stayed awake listening to the sounds of the woods at night. I was awake for a few hours, just waiting to see if anything was going to happen. At some point, I guess my exhaustion caught up with me, and I just drifted off. I awoke sometime later to what sounded like someone going through our stuff outside the tent. I grabbed my gun and woke my girlfriend, shushing her to be quiet. From the faint glow of the fire, I could see someone's silhouette against the tent. There really was someone out there. I yelled out to them, something along the lines of, "We're armed, get the fuck out of here," and they just dropped what they were doing and bolted. I came out of the tent, a gun drawn and ready to shoot someone, and our stuff was strewn everywhere. They had rummaged through quite a bit of our stuff. I walked to the edge of the woods in the direction of whoever was out there had fled. There was a creek nearby, and I walked to the edge, where there was a small trail running alongside it. Down the creek, I could see a light in the distance. It looked like a lantern, the way it flickered. And then I saw 3 more emerge from the other side of the woods. Well, I told my girlfriend to start packing up whatever she could, and that we were leaving now. We packed up everything of value, left the tent and a few other items, and headed back onto the trail in the middle of the night. I swear I kept hearing people talking off in the woods and hearing branches snap for quite some ways. I kept looking behind us every few seconds to make sure nobody was coming up on us. It was completely nerve-wracking. If something happened, we were still a long ways from anywhere, and quite literally on our own, since we hadn't seen another hiker the entire time we'd been out there. It really felt like we were in serious danger at this point. We had been walking for quite some time when I heard something in the woods behind us. As we rounded a corner, I turned around and saw someone step out onto the trail and just stand there, watching us. It was just as the sun was coming up and barely any light. I couldn't make out any features, just the silhouette. I stopped and looked at them for a second, and asked them who they were and what they wanted, and they just stood there, silently, watching us, and then just turned around and walked back into the woods. We picked up the pace and just kept going, looking back every so often, and thankfully, we didn't see them again. But my gut told me that they were still there for quite a ways. We eventually reached the end of the trail and got to where we had parked my girlfriend's car, extremely exhausted at this point. We made it out of the Virginia woods without becoming a meal for a clan of cannibalistic inbred hillbillies, which is what I pictured happening in my head the whole time. I have no idea who they were or what they wanted. Maybe it was just someone messing with us. Maybe it really was a clan of deformed hillbillies who were hunting us. I'll never know because I will not be returning to find out. This story takes place in August of 2013 in the mountains of southern Oregon. I'm a security forces airman, a military policeman, USAF for short. My girlfriend was at work, and as a sweltering hot day began to turn into thunderstorms, my buddy Nick, another military cop, and I decided to go explore some back roads and get out of the heat in town. Southern Oregon is crisscrossed with logging roads, some actively used and many are just totally forgotten and grown over. Nick and I spent many of our days off, starting on roads that we knew, finding roads that we didn't know, driving for hours into the mountains, and eventually navigating back to paved roads. On this particular day, with storm clouds building over the mountains, we set off on a road that we had never been on, and began the drive into the mountains. After driving for around an hour, we hadn't seen or heard any signs of other people in the woods. We rounded a bend into the thick fir woods, and emerged into a meadow that was totally surrounded by thick aspen groves. The meadow was perfectly flat, and eerily still. We both noticed the strange stillness almost immediately. No birds, hardly any insect noise, no squirrels, and definitely no other people. On the far side of the meadow, right at the edge of the tree line, there was also a picnic table.